Testing. Testing stream settings and microphone. Testing. Testing stream settings and microphone.
You got to take control of your life, make it right, babe. You have so much to show for yourself. Yeah, take control of your life, do it right, babe. I will be at your side for every step of the way. You got to take control of your life, make it right, babe. You have so much to show for yourself. Yeah, take control of your life, do it right, babe. I will be at your side for every step of the way.
I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboard. But now you're gone and leaving nothing but a sign. Another evening I'll be sitting reading in between your lines, because I miss you all the time. So get away, another way to feel what you did on yourself to know and let yourself go. You know you did lose your self-control. There's snow with the rainbow. Turn away, another way to be where you did let yourself go, let yourself go. It's like so what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? There's no point. Scared, do you wanna get a handshake with you? What's your point of view? I want talk with you. I don't wanna get, 'cause I really wanna stay at your house in Paris. You wanna solve it, but you know how much you brought me all over. Don't you worry, don't you? And I'm aware that you were lying in the gutter, 'cause I did everything to be there by your side. So when you tell me I'm the reason, I just can't believe the lies. And why do I so wanna call you? So what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? There's no point. Scared, do you wanna get a handshake with you? What's your point of view? I want talk with you. I don't wanna get, 'cause I really wanna stay at your house in Paris.
Hey Victor, welcome to the stream, man. We'll kick off in a few minutes, but I'm here just grabbing a drink, reading the chat, preparing for the stream. Yeah, lovely to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
So get away, another way to feel what you did on yourself.
Hey, Oishi. Lovely to see you too. Kick off in about 60 seconds-ish. Just going to put together somewhat of an outline of the schedule. And then we'll get started. Intro as if I'm recording a video. Then we'll take a little pause, we'll answer any questions, then we'll go back to like as if we're in the video, building things out. And then again, another little pause, and then I'll intro the next part, and so on and so on. And the second half of the music, I can absolutely turn the music down. The second half of the stream will be very much just hanging out, us chatting, building some things together. Give me a sec to see if I can turn up my volume a little bit. Yeah, so the second half will very much be just us hanging out. It will be then me taking that built site and adding some extra functionality. What I've got in my head at the moment is adding some membership functionality behind it. And that's not going to be something that we will turn into a video, so we can pretty much just hang and chill and chat and build cool shit together. So before I kick off, I just want to double check. Can everybody hear me okay? Any comments? I don't know if we can thumbs up. Any form of reaction would be super cool. And can you see me okay? Is everything clear? Is the resolution good? Do you think we're good to go? I think there's also about a 20-second delay, which is here, not on purpose, only because I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube at the moment, and there's a little bit more of a delay, but it's just as a bit of a first transition because this is our first stream on YouTube. I wasn't super sure that it would work. But yeah, so I might give it a few seconds, see if I can get any answers. And in the background, I'm just going to be opening up a few little tools to get us started. I want to close that one. Get that open. Maybe we'll put Facebook in a little window in case someone texts us. Yes, good now, all good. Awesome. Thank you, Esmond. And hey, Esmond, it was great to be chatting with you earlier on. And thank you very much, Oishi. So, give me one sec to just open up my different little monitors and screens that we'll be building this through. Okay, sweet. And this is the last thing that I have not fully tested yet. Okay, just moving this around so that what you can see is what I want you to be seeing. So that looks pretty good, I think. And then chuck this one in the corner. Hello to the 6th and 7th viewer that just joined. In case you missed it, we're going to be building a cool little new WordPress website together. And it's going to be sort of in a format of a pre-recorded video with some pauses and some questions. So here's what I have in mind for the plan, at least. Set up a new host. So go through the whole hosting side of things, why I choose one host over the other, and a little bit of backstory to how I got there. Set up WordPress, so that will be more or less installing the basics. We'll be using Bricks Builder as a theme and a page builder, as well as Winden to import Tailwind, and then Tailwind will be our CSS framework. Build an initial couple of pages, so I thought homepage, contact page, about us page would be a good place to start. Then we'll move into optimize the website. And I'm just going to add a few things as I'm thinking about this and everything's going through my head. Add brand colors, high level design to the website stuff. High level, can't speak and type, but I'm getting there. Optimize the website. So the optimization will be essentially CDN, caching, and images. Then we will do a little bit of break time. And continue to build. Okay, sweet. We've got a plan, which I like. I might put our little plan. I don't know if I'll put it on the screen. I think everyone's across the plan. Hopefully, I'll put it on the side for now. And I am going to turn the music on just a little bit, but more for me, you guys. I have something to jam out to as we're going. And I'll turn this down Then on the stream side. Okay, sweet. Before I kick off and do a proper little intro, does anybody have any questions about what we're going to be working through today? Any questions about their own websites before we get started? Happy to spend a little 5 minutes before we kick off. And as you're thinking about that, I'm just going to be logging into a few things to get us started. GoodPaint affiliates, cool. Yeah, that was something that I set up. While we're at that, I'm just going to have a look if I can reduce this delay as well, because it's not super. Okay, we have no delay officially, but there is still a bit of a delay in the stream connecting. That is okay. Oh. We might get our hands on an early little test of the upcoming Swiss Knife plugin from Marco and the dplugins team and Joshua, which has a bunch of new functions for Bricks Builder, including multi-class editing, which would be really, really cool and very helpful for Tailwind and Winded. Okay, we're logged in here. We have got a Namecheap domain thing that we're going to find. Alrighty. All set, all set. All right, squad. So I'm going to kick this off, as I mentioned earlier, as if it was a video. And I will tell you when I do the little pauses in between. We'll have like 5-minute breaks in between each little session. I may try something again if I mess up the... What's it called? The speaking, the talking. If anything comes off weird or anything needs re-recording, I'll just re-speak it through. And otherwise, I think we're pretty much good to go. I hope. Minimally nervous. Alrighty, let's go. Wait, how am I going to start? Let's go. Sorry. Hey there, Alex here from Nintu. And in this video, we're going to be walking through a complete WordPress website setup, covering everything from setting up your initial host, so everything on the server side stuff that can be a little bit complicated, but don't worry, we'll make it super easy, through to installing your website, establishing some base brand colors and some good branding principles, then moving on to actually building out our initial first couple of pages for that website. Once we've got those pages done, we'll then move to optimizing the site. Once we've got the pages done, we'll then move to... Sorry. Once we've got the pages done, we'll then move on to optimizing the website. So setting everything up from a CDN so the site can be accessed at a good speed from anywhere around the world. Some great caching and the caching settings most optimal for your website, and as well as some little automated image optimizations so you don't need to worry about compressing and editing your image every time you want to upload it from your website. From there, we'll answer a couple of base questions as to... Let's scratch all that part. We can probably just kick off. Okay, give me 1 sec because the chat is not working. Maybe it is. Okay. Sweet. And we are going to jump in. Bear with me. Just opening up a couple of little things. Alrighty, so kicking it off with hosting. Now, there are hundreds and hundreds, potentially even thousands of website hosts out there. And it's been quite a journey to find one that suits me, that can extend from or start from your little baby websites or potentially your client sites, but really scale and grow all the way through to large enterprise corporate sites and grow with both you as an agency or even you as your business or startup. Now, there are two core types of hosting in my mind in the WordPress space. There is what we call shared hosting. I think these names are right. There is what we call shared and cloud hosting with companies just like SiteGround or Cloudways. I think even GoDaddy offers this at the moment. Hostinger, and they are essentially a host that completely manages all of your servers, and that sort of you sit on one of those servers that is shared with a bunch of other websites. Now, the advantage to these providers are that they make it super, super easy to get started. It's literally just a couple of clicks. It's very well handheld, but you're losing quite a lot of control when doing that. So if you did want to change any of the server settings, you can't do that. If you had a tool, a software, a plugin that needed some updates to the server settings, that's not something that's available, unfortunately, on shared hosting. And so, although it's easy to get into, there are significant amounts of downsides, and it's not my favorite way to go. Not my favorite go-to. On the other side, you have, I don't know what the official name is, but you have essentially your own customized, own managed servers. And they might look like servers from Google Cloud, AWS, Vultr, who's other ones? Linode. There's another one that has a drop in it. I've forgotten the name. And the upside of these is that you have full control over your server. You can do pretty much whatever you want with it. You can scale it up, scale it down in most cases, and it can grow with you as a business. But that comes at the expense of quite a lot of server-side management, and it's a specific set of skills that isn't that prominent and that you won't be using outside of like the first time that you set up a website and ongoing maintenance, at least not for me, and probably not in most cases. Now, I've recently started, over the last few years, I've started using a tool called GridPane. And GridPane really solves the problem of having your own servers at the same time of having, right, I'm going to start that whole sentence again. And GridPane really solves and GridPane really sits in the middle of these two. So essentially, what GridPane does is it looks and acts as if you're part of a shared host or a provider like Cloudways or SiteGround, where it's very, very easy. It's one click here, one click there. You install a website, one click to migrate, one click to backup, and so on and so on. But it connects to your own servers. So you really have complete access, complete management with those servers, and you can do whatever you want. So I'm going to walk you through what my GridPane dashboard looks like and give you a high level. And then together, we're going to set up a new server, walk through all the different steps, and start building our first little WordPress site. Alrighty, so once you jump into GridPane, you'll see something along these lines. Probably not with an active server if it's your first time setting up an account. And what they allow you to do here essentially is pick one of their server providers. So they've got a couple of pre-built or built-in solutions. You can also connect your own solution to this. And you essentially spin up a server all from the GridPane dashboard. And then from here, you can go directly into the site management side of things, and you can manage all of your different websites directly from the same dashboard. So like I was saying before, if you wanted to change any SSL settings, if you wanted to move one of your sites between different servers, if you wanted to set up a test server in a new region on a different platform to test how the speed is, and if it's a good fit for you, you could do so, quickly move the site across, and then a couple of clicks later, either keep it there or move it back. GridPane also has fully built-in staging, which is really, really cool, especially if you're building on live websites or larger websites like we have with Nintu, where there is active users on the platform, while I'm trying to make changes, and I'll definitely be breaking things. So essentially the way the staging works is you set up your base site, you enable staging, and then it's pretty much one click from live to staging or another click from staging to live. I'll pause at that point with GridPane, and we might cover the rest of it in another stream or in another video, but there is so much more that it has built in, from connecting directly to your CDN, to email providers, to all these other different settings that you can set up and make it all automated within your own ecosystem. But let's get started with setting up our first little site and server. Now, there are two versions of GridPane. There is a free version, which is, free, and there is a paid version, which I believe starts at $50 a month. The main difference for me between the two, at least for my utilization, is that the paid version allows you to use Lightspeed servers, open Lightspeed servers, and the free version does not. There are some other little minor differences between the plans and what you can set up in terms of servers on the paid version, but that, in my world at least, are the main differences. Now, we have a paid version, and that is because about, I'd say 2-3 months ago when I launched Nintu, I launched it originally on an Nginx server. So the three main types of servers you'll see are Apache, Apache, Nginx, and OLS, Open Lightspeed. And Nginx had been great for me and for all of my client sites for the last couple of years. But when I launched Nintu and started really building out a lot of different functionality and a lot of features into the site, the front end performed perfectly, which is like ultimately what we care about, but the back end was getting super, super slow, to the point where I would click on an item in my dashboard, and it would take about 60 seconds to load, and then I'd click again on another thing, and it would take another 60 seconds to load. It was making building and managing the website for an active website quite painful and quite difficult. So in search of a solution, one of the things that I tried was an Open Lightspeed server, and it almost immediately had a huge performance difference. Now, it's still not perfect. I still probably get about 15 to 20 second load times on a bad day. But in comparison to the full minute plus that I had to wait earlier on, it made a life of a difference for me, who's on the website, updating and working on it every single day. So for this video, we are also going to set up a Open Lightspeed server. But if you do not have the paid version and you want to start with testing GridPane, I would suggest testing it out on an Nginx server, because it's probably next best. And if you can, set it on a server that runs on an SSD, not one of the old bulky hard drives, because they do have pretty significant impact on the end user's page load time. So for our case today, we're going to set up a new UpCloud server. For you at home, if you're setting up your own free GridPane account, I would look to set up a GridPane server. I would look to set up a Vultr server. And as you're going through the server options, one of the options will be a high frequency server. That would be my go-to. Keeping in mind, if you do want to start with any other server type, you can. very, very easy to move your own website between different servers, all within GridPane, and a great way for you to just test out what works best and what's best for your own region. So we're going to jump over here now to our UpCloud. We're going to create a new server. Let's call this one Live Stream Server. And then we're going to pick a region. Now, I've got two general rules for my region selecting, and this is having experimented a fair bit and also having lived in Australia that has, let's be honest, pretty average internet, as well as Europe and at the moment Asia Pacific, and experience the different load times throughout these regions. So my general rule is if you have a website or a main client base that is in just one region, pick the server in that region. If you serve more of a global audience or you plan to serve a more global audience, I would pick a server that's in the west of the US and hook it up to a CDN. I've tried out a bunch of others, including just trying to pick a server that's like as in the middle of the world as I could. But I've found that the connection between servers in West US as well as the CDN, I don't know if it's between the server and the CDN that things work well, or, well, actually it would be, I'm assuming. For whatever reason, global sites I found work best from West US. So in my case here, being in Vietnam, I'm in Vietnam, I serve a global audience. I'm going to pick a server in San Jose. As for my server plan, this is very much up to you and for how much you think you're going to be using it. My general rule for my own servers, and same as when I was running an agency, is start with something that has at least 2 cores, knowing that you can build multiple sites on a single server, and you can manage them all again through this one interface. I can check what we have for Nintu. Does it tell me? I'm not sure. It's probably in here somewhere, and I'm just not seeing it. I'm pretty sure that I am on. Let me just have a quick check of this again. Pretty sure that I'm on the 2-core, 4 gigs of RAM, 80 gig of disk space with Nintu. I get charged about $10 a month, maybe a little bit more for the server, and it's charged on a weekly with UpCloud. Is it? Might be charged on a monthly. I don't remember. Anyhow. For our case here, we're going to set up just a little baby server. So we'll do, let's do this one core, $10 per month. For the OS version, I would just go straight with the newest version of Ubuntu. For the web server settings, I'm going to go with an Open Lightspeed server, as I was mentioning before. And then for the database, I'd recommend you guys do a little bit of Googling to what works best for you. I believe what I chose for Nintu was Persona 8, and we're going to stick with that for now. So once you're there, go ahead and click Create Server. If this is the very first time that you are creating a server, it may ask you to create an account with UpCloud and to set up your UpCloud credentials over here on GridPane. I've already done that. It's a relatively easy step, and they've also got great documentation here on how to do so. Probably should not have shown that on stream, but that's okay. It's just temporary. So essentially, if you are on UpCloud, it's almost the same thing for if you're on Vultr or any of the other providers. Just go in, set up an account on Vultr and on, what's the other one? DigitalOcean. I believe you need to set up an API key, and you give the API key over to GridPane. But on UpCloud, you essentially just set up a new user with admin rights, and then you give that user over to GridPane, and it can manage the provisioning of your own servers. Okay, so this will take about 5 minutes. It's essentially provisioning that new space for us on one of their servers in San Jose. The next thing we're going to do is set up our site. So to set up a site, we need kind of two things or one thing: a domain name, and I guess kind of an idea as well of what we want to do. So I have an idea of a domain, which we'll go look at in just a second. And the project that I'm thinking of is a bit of a new project, but it's essentially another community space that everybody from Nintu will have access to, but that also other premium template providers or plugin providers can give their users access to. And it's essentially then a bit of a joining of the communities, bringing us as members of the WordPress ecosystem all a little bit closer together and start building cool shit together instead of what I think happens quite a bit, which is sort of competing against each other or trying to justify why one product is better than the other. I think, why don't we all just work together? So that's the new project, and that should be super exciting. So I found a name the other day. I was essentially first looking for The Collective as a name, which is what our Facebook group is called, and I think is a really, really cool name. But they are pretty much all taken. Just going through different domains here. The collective.so could be one, which I might change to later. And then some of the other good ones like the collective.app is 15 grand, and I don't really want to spend 15 grand on a new project just yet. So I was also looking at my next step was sort of going through mythological. Oh, that was very noisy. But I'm going to say this in an accent because I can't say it in English. Valentin, thank you very much for subscribing, man. Welcome to the channel and the chat. And if you're watching us live, feel free to jump in and ask any questions if you do have any. I did say that I wasn't going to say those things. I forgot. Anyhow, okay, so I was then looking for cities. And for those, if you didn't know, Nintu is actually the name of, I believe, a Babylonian, a very old mythical god. So I thought, hey, let's stay in that sort of same idea and find a god name. And because this is like a place that a bunch of communities are going to meet and a bunch of resources for them, and the idea is to like upskill everybody, let's give it a cool god city name. So I went back to my Babylonian mythology, and I found a cool one here that I liked, which was Nibiru. Thought Nibiru would be a great idea and a great complement to Nintu. And I searched for it, and the first thing that I saw was taken, but I was actually looking for .io. And beep boop, loading. Oh, come on. There we go. Nibiru.io. Available. I was like, yes. And then I looked at the price and it was $13,000. And I was like, no, why? Why is this a premium domain name? So I gave up on that, but I stuck with the idea of this sort of mythical city. So I then looked for, and I'm going to open this in a new browser to buy it, just in case one of you are going to be cheeky and buy it before me. But hopefully not. So give me a sec. I'll just log in and I'll show you the new one. Loading. Okay. The Lost.city I thought was pretty cool. And I thought it stayed along this line of it's a little bit mythical. It's interesting, it's new. And if I don't like it, I can always switch to something else, right? So this is what I liked, what I stumbled upon, and this is what we're going to go through with today. So we're going to just add our domain to our cart here. And this way, I'll show you the full process of setting up a domain and checking out. All right, Lost City. I don't want it for 5 years. I just want the 1 year version. Website domain providers will always try to upsell you on everything. Don't need to get anything. None of it is of value. Most of it you can either set up for free or do it yourself later on. All right, so we're going to get this. We do not want domain protection. Like, you can get domain protection if you want, but not for me for now. And I'm not going to set up an email address through here because I can do that later on by myself, and it's probably a little bit cheaper, or it might be. Okay, moving on to the checkout. Lost City, 1 year. No, I don't want protection. I don't want email. I am all good to go. So I'm just going to switch my little screen to it being just me while I go ahead and pay for it. You know, just in case I accidentally expose credit card details, which I'm totally capable of doing. Okay, so give me a sec. So while this is going through, for those of you who are wondering what the massive red spot is on my head, is I was in Melbourne last week, which is why I've been a little bit distant and absent over the last couple of days. And gee, the weather's weird and harsh in Melbourne. It's very much very hot or very cold, very dry. And I was out in the sun one day, having a nice lunch, and I got completely eaten alive. You can see the front. It's a little bit bad, but like my neck and back is a whole other thing. It's like snakeskin at this point. Alrighty, order has gone through. We're going to go back to screen sharing. The Lost City is yours. Super cool. I don't want to do any of this. Maybe I can connect to an existing site from here. I'm not sure. No, that's not the settings that I want. So I want to go into DNS settings. And essentially what we want to do now is take our website and map that domain name. So it's like an address, like a physical address. Map that domain to a server. So when people go to that address, it knows go fetch the website from this other server. So if this allows me to set it up and my button click works, then we will go and set up our server. Give me 1 sec to see if... Just going to triple check that the stream is also working, because on my phone it's telling me that we are not live, which is not cool. Okay, so while we are here, you can see I've got a bunch of random domains. This is all the ones that I own. I'm going to go and edit my new one, which is the Lost City. And I want to set up name servers. Here we go. Perfect. And on the other screen, or the other side of the screen, I'm just going to go back to see if we can find... Nope. Stop talking me. Find me live to see if I'm missing anything from the chat. Okay, I am missing stuff from the chat, which is not great, but that's okay. Gideon, welcome to the chat, man. If you're still here, sorry I missed you just before. Live from Munich, Germany. Very lovely to see you and welcome. And Esmond, thank you, my sir. I appreciate the kind words. pop out chat. Sweet. Okay, I think I can do things this way and that way. Chat live over here. Beep, boop. All right, chat is back. I can now see you again. Thanks, Esmond. I appreciate it. I couldn't, for whatever reason, Streamlabs is not loading my chat, which is fine. That's okay. It happens. So I couldn't see any of your beautiful messages. Anyway, all right, back to where we're at. Okay, getting distracted very easily. So we've got our domain now, and we have set up our server. We now need to map our domain over to our server. Now, there's two ways of doing this. We can either set up our DNS, and we can do this straight from the domain provider, like GoDaddy or Namecheap or any other provider out there, and we can just point that domain to our server. Or we can link it to a CDN. So a CDN is a content delivery network, and essentially what it is it's a suite of servers around the world that connect to your base server. So let's just say I have a server in the US and a customer is loading from Australia. If I just have a server without a CDN, that customer will have to ping the server all the way in the US. It will get its little ping. It will send the site update over to the user in Australia. And load times aren't usually that good when we're doing super, super, super long international travel. You know, what a CDN does is essentially it takes your website from that main server. A CDN has a bunch of its own servers around the world, and it caches a version of your website. So it stores a version of your website locally. So then when someone from that location hits your site, instead of loading it from the server that's halfway around the world, it loads it from the closest CDN server. And it will load the cache version, and then it will pull in the rest of the update through the network. Also, routes, so like the way your site or internet little package gets over to you through a CDN is usually better optimized than just the server on its own traveling around the world. And there's many, many other benefits from security to maintenance to scale that helps with a CDN that we won't talk too much about. But the main reason we're going to use it is so we get things that load fast and to make it easy to manage. So what we'll be doing is we'll be setting our name servers, and we'll be pointing our name servers over to our CDN network. Now, the way I understand it is it's essentially kind of giving the keys or giving the control of all of our DNS settings over to that CDN provider instead of keeping it with your domain provider. And then you do all of your DNS management over with the CDN instead of here with domain, but you get all the benefits of a CDN. So my CDN of choice, and it's not what I'm running at the moment on Nintu, but it is what I find to be the fastest, is just the free version of Cloudflare, and then some optimization that we'll do later. I am currently running QuickCloud. So I'm currently running QuickCloud, which is a bit of a newer CDN network. It's supposed to be designed, or it is designed for open lightspeed. And in my head, you know, get everything the same brand and it should work better together, which I feel like in theory sounds very good. In reality, it's not as fast. And the site had about a 200 millisecond load time for me here in Vietnam with the server in the States when I was using Cloudflare, 200 to 300. And now I am currently averaging about 500 milliseconds to a second load time on QuickCloud, which is paid and newer, but not as good. So we'll revert back to Cloudflare once we get some time to do that migration. But for today, we're going to set it all up with Cloudflare, and it's free. So that's cool. I'm just going to switch this across while it does the login so you can't see all my secret details. Oh, two-factor. It's not quite done yet. Wait, does it need me to be tabbed? Maybe. Okay, we're in. Alrighty. So once you log into Cloudflare or you're signing up, if you're signing up, it'll ask you to do this on sign up. Once you're signed up, you can do this later on and manage your websites through it. It's a great way to manage all of your DNS settings really, really easily from one dashboard in one place. And bonus for the night owls out there, they have dark mode now, which is great. So I'm going to add a new website here. I'm going to call it thelost.city. For a second, I forgot what my website was. Click. Hopefully it picks up that I've already purchased it and that it's good to be used. It then tries to pitch me something that's paid, which I don't want. I want the free one. I'm sure the paid one is good too. I just have not tried it before. It's going to scan for any existing DNS settings. So if you are moving your website from a domain provider and you've got a bunch of DNS settings, both for your site and maybe for your email or tracking tools or ads or anything like that, and you did move to Cloudflare, you don't need to re-enter all of your settings. You just enter your website here. It will scan your DNS and it will import all of them. So you shouldn't ever face any downtime in moving a site from wherever it was onto Cloudflare's CDN network. As you can see here, I don't have any records. It's a brand new domain, which is cool. If you did have records, they would show up here. Add later, and then it will tell me, okay, you want to now map to Cloudflare's name servers. And it gives me the two name servers that I need to use. So I've got Donna NS here. So I'm going to jump back to my DNS provider. Go ahead and click on the edit button. Edit my own name servers, chuck in the first one, copy the second one, chuck that in, save. We'll give it a little second to load. And then it will be like, it's risky, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I want to do that. Sweet. And then that will go through. Now, if especially if it's a site that you visited before and you change your name server settings, it can take, I'd say, up to 72 hours for the complete switch to go through. In the real world, it usually takes about 5 to 10 minutes to switch across a DNS setting or to change your name servers. But I find browsers tend to be quite sticky and they cache the server IP and the DNS settings that they last used. And if I'm going back to a website that I'm already accessing, chances are, even though the URL might be the URL, the browser's actually fetching it from the old place and not the new one. So if you are switching across and it's a client project or even your own, just keep in mind you need to have about, if you give yourself a day for it to all propagate and go through, it's probably a good place to start. All right, I'm going to go here. Done. Check. It is improve security. No, I don't want to do any of that for now. It's going to do a quick check. What is this? No, I don't want to do. Complete. Check name servers. And it wants me to come back in a few hours. And we are just going to see if we can do it anyway and ignore what it's saying. I don't know if it will. No, it won't let us add DNS records. In the meantime, will it? Oh, it will. Okay, sweet. Okay. Small pause. All of that was pretty quick. But in recapping, we have, by this point, set up an account with GridPane. We have set up our first server on GridPane. We have decided what the type of server is and which location it is in. We have purchased a domain, and we have then linked that domain to our CDN, not yet to our server, just to the CDN, through its name servers. Does anybody have any questions so far? And with a little delay, I'm just going to pour some more to drink and just give it a minute for any questions that might pop in. Also, I'd say, well, actually, if you do have any questions as I'm going through the stream, just chuck them in the chat. Anything that pops into mind, I'll answer it as soon as I get to a little breakpoint, but that way it saves us from waiting with a bit of a stream delay between me asking if there's any questions and then questions being asked. But otherwise, we're pretty good to go. But yeah, don't shy away from chucking your questions in the chat as I'm going through. And as soon as we get a chance to answer them, we'll answer them that way. So while those are coming through, I have this bright red drink. I'm in Vietnam, or I live in Vietnam, for those who don't know. Grew up in Switzerland, born in Australia, reside in Vietnam, which is an odd story and a very long story. But it's a place that I really, really like, and they don't have Red Bull in Vietnam, which is probably a good thing. But they have this weird red, super sweet, caffeinated fizzy drink, which is kind of like Red Bull. They call Warrior. And that is my weird, odd red drink. It kind of matches the brand colors, so it kind of works. Alrighty, let's power through. So next thing we need to do is essentially connect up our DNS settings now to our server, and that will be telling the URL of our domain which server to go fetch our website for through our CDN network that we have here. So to do that, we're going to jump back over to GridPane. Close this one off now. And we go to our servers. And we want to pick the IP of the server that we want to connect to. So I'm going to pick the old one, just in case we build something cool tonight that we want to keep. But in your case, you'd pick your new server that you've just provisioned. Once you've copied the IP, jump over to your DNS settings. Now, this is the same whether you're on a CDN network or not a CDN network. They're just the DNS settings that point to your website. You go and add a record. It's an A record. And then what do you want the URL to be? So is it a subdomain like www. Or is it just the root? So websitename.com, for example. If it's the root, you can just add an @ or you could type in the full domain name. And then the IPv4 address is that server. And just for now, I'm not going to run any proxying through Cloudflare, so I'm not going to run it through the CDN just in case it needs extra setup. And I will try and connect it that way. So hopefully that's gone through. I then go over back to my GridPane site, and I launch our first little website. So that domain was the lost.city. Server, you'd pick your newly provisioned server. System user, if you already have one, you can use the same one. You can create a new one. It depends if it's your site or a client site, what you're looking to build. Bundles is essentially if you have pre-built anything and you're redeploying a version of it. So let's just say I had a bunch of configuration preset. I can create a bundle with that, and I don't need to re-toggle and select everything when I create a website. I don't have a bundle in this case, so I'm not going to select any. PHP version 8. Process mode, I haven't changed. Lightspeed caching we will have on, and we will use Lightspeed cache as well as Redis. WAF is a security thing. I'm not going to turn any of that on for now. SMTP integration is the mail. So when a website sends you an email, so for example, you fill out a form and the form goes, hey, thank you for filling out a form on this website, and sends you an email. Or if you go to reset your password and it needs to send you an email from the website, that is what the SMTP settings will be for. I'm not going to use any in this case because I'm going to set up my own later on. But if you've got a fresh instance of GridPane and it's just a site for you, you can probably use the ones that you've configured through GridPane. SSL, I want Auto SSL, and that will just create its own SSL certificate, add it to the site, renew it every time that it needs to. DNS API integration, I'm going to select Cloudflare because I've essentially linked my Cloudflare to my GridPane so that if I make any changes on GridPane, it can update them on the Cloudflare side instead of me having to jump in and do the update. An example of this is if I change the domain later on, it could do that, or if I add a subdomain, it could do that for me. So this is just my Cloudflare settings. Do I want to use JIT? I do not. Do you want a staging site? I do. And do you want automatic updates? I do not. That is pretty much it for creating the site. And then we're going to go add site and let it build. So this again will take another minute for it to go through and build the site. Hopefully our DNS settings have already gone through and we can start using it right away. If it hasn't, we'll just set up another subdomain on Nintu and set up a subdomain on Nintu, build it on a demo site. We can migrate it across later on. While that is loading, I'm going to drink some more red drink. Should not take long. I'm thinking of a way to be entertaining. Here's where my head's at while this is loading and I'm in my own thoughts. Part of my brain is like, oh, actually, side note, sidetracking. I was once upon a time a teacher. I was terrible at school and then somehow ended up in teaching, and it was one of the best jobs I ever worked in, and it was some of the most fun I've ever had, and like gratifying and satisfying and rewarding. Are they the right words? I think they're the right words. But you always have this one lingering doubt, right? So I was like I tried to be like the cool kids teacher. I was never very appreciated by other teachers. I would rock up with holes in my pants and skinny ties and shirts. And just not very appreciated by the system. But got along very well with the students. And like there wasn't a massive age gap between the teenagers that I was teaching and me as a teacher. But there was always this doubt in my mind, which was like, if I engage with them and they don't reply, how am I going to feel? What's going to happen? And it's kind of the same thing with streaming. We've got a gap here. We're waiting for our SSL to load, to toggle, to configure itself. And my brain is like, hey, ask chat questions. Ask beautiful Esmond some questions. Then the other side of my brain is like, what if Ez doesn't answer? And then also you've got that delay, which isn't super helpful, which we'll try and fix after this. I have to go check if it's working on Twitch or if there's as big of a delay on Twitch, and then maybe I can figure it out from there. But yeah, ways to fill the gaps. But hey, we'll take a stab at it and ask chat a question anyway. So my lovely humans, what are our thoughts on standing desks versus non-standing desks? What does your days look like? Do you stand? Do you not stand? I have a standing desk. Truth be told, I don't use it that often. I've always wanted to get a treadmill under the desk. I think that would be very cool. But then my partner's like, the wife is like, you're never going to use it. Don't get a treadmill. I'm like, but I want a treadmill. Ez, thanks for the message, man. We did get some engagement. Validation, dopamine hits, satisfying. Okay, and our DNS settings went through because we can see the website here, which is awesome. Our SSL has not gone through yet. You can see that it still says not secure, but we'll give it a little minute and that should come through as well. We might just have to log back in. Does it really start from 100 a month? They might have changed their pricing. Let's go have a quick look. So I was definitely on a $50 a month plan. Wait. The panel plan? I think you might be right. Their pricing has definitely changed since the last time I looked at it. I wonder if they've included, like, added Open Lightspeed or other options in the core plan. Yeah, interesting. In that case, it would be pretty pricey if it is 100 a month. It's depending on the amount of projects, it's probably worth it. If you're not using that many projects, if you're just building a one-off site, I will come back with an alternative to GridPane to essentially set up the same sort of thing. Because I'm sure there's other providers that would allow you to use Open Lightspeed. David, midnight. Wait, what time is it here? Might not be that far off. Oh, in Adelaide. That's right. You're in Adelaide, right, man? 8 p.m. here. Well, thank you very much for stopping by, my sir. I really appreciate it. It's always good to see you, hear from you, and have a lovely evening. And welcome back, and don't hesitate to ping me if you've got any questions when you do watch the replay, or if anything pops back up. All right, so we're going to jump back over to our site. One other cool function that works really, really well for me, who is terrible at managing passwords. As I'm sure you noticed, I use a password manager, does all the things for me. But even that, I manage to mess up sometimes. GridPane does SSO logins for all the projects you manage, which is super simple and easy and cool. And you know, those cheeky clients that like to lock their website and then they mess something up and then they're like, oh, it's your fault. And I'm like, well, you booted me out. I can't do anything about it. Well, with this, you kind of always can get back in. So you've got this little single sign-on button here. Just click that, give it a little second to load, and it will open up your website through GridPane, log you in as the admin, and you're good to go. Nighto, David. Thank you again for hanging out and stopping by. Okay. This is loading. I need to change the song that's playing in the background because I had enough of whatever was playing before. We are now logged into our fresh little WordPress website, and we have more or less a blank site. We just should have Open Lightspeed or Lightspeed Cache as a plugin set up. Beep, boop, boop, beep. These load times aren't great, but maybe it's just part of streaming. I'm going to get rid of Ascomet for now. But that otherwise all looks pretty good. And I'm just going to double check our themes. And I would assume that we've got, the 3 default WordPress themes. So I'm just going to start deleting these as I go and find my Bricks site. And as a little bit of a test, we are going to turn on our CDN. I'll come back to these settings a little bit later when we go through optimization, but just to see if it improves load, because I'm getting pretty slow load times and I'm suspicious that it's because I'm streaming to 2 platforms at the same time. Okay, theme details, let's get rid of this. Rid of this one. It's good to keep one of the default WordPress themes as a backup in case you need to troubleshoot anything that you're using. But we, from here, are going to add our Bricks Builder theme. I should have it. I don't have the latest. I'll just go grab the latest version of Bricks. Max, hey, welcome, man. I am not using Restream. I am using Streamlabs. I have not tried Restream before. Although I'm not opposed to it. Just Streamlabs was easy because I'd already done all of the layouts and transitions and all that stuff. And just figured, well, if it's all done, I can just use the same platform. It does cost more money, though, I believe. It's $20 a month for Restream to stream on multi-platforms. And I don't think there's as many platforms as Restream. Sorry, Streamlabs is what I'm on. I pretty much get Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. But that'd also be the only ones that I would be using. Also, great to see you, Max. I am looking for something. Yes, I'm looking for bricks. Now, I'm just going to change my screen because the last time I streamed, I also streamed all of my license keys, which is great. No, it wasn't a problem, or it didn't end up being a problem, but you can imagine, not best practice to share your license key with everybody. So what I'm doing in the background here that you can't see is, hopefully can't see, is I've just logged into Bricks Builder. I've just downloaded the latest version of Bricks. I am uploading the theme. And I'll activate the theme as well. And then I'll turn on the screen share as soon as I've gone through that. I might do the Winden one as well because I also managed to leak that last time. D plugins. Log in. Panic checking that I'm not still screen sharing. I think I'm okay. So yeah, Esmond, back to our standing desks question. What are your thoughts on a treadmill under the standing desk? So here's my thoughts. I stand on my feet. I get sore feet after a while. I also have mad ADHD, so I am like constantly moving around and fidgeting and thinking of other stuff and getting very distracted. So I thought, hey, get one of those super sleek, cool little walking treadmills underneath, and it will keep me busy and, you know, stay a little bit healthy. And are there any other plugins that we'll be needing today? It's a great question, Esmond. I will come back to it in just a second as I wrap my head around it, but I don't think so. The wife's thoughts on the treadmill, while this is loading, is that my head's going to bobble too much and I'll never work with it. And just buy it and then never use it, which I think is a very valid point too. So in terms of plugins, we will be using, I think just Winden, at least in the first instance as we get started. And I will be looking at adding Shore members and Shore triggers. Probably in the second half of the stream is like I sit back down, we chill out. But that won't be as much of part of the big build out. It will be more of just like, hey, we're hanging out and I'm just adding extra functionality to a site. But for the site build, Winden and Bricks Builder should be all you need and good to go. All right, I have now uploaded Bricks and I have validated the license key. I'm now uploading Winden. And entering the license key for that too. So, almost back with you. Beep, boop, boop, beep. Wait, where's my... Oh, here we go, license. Chuck that in. Save changes. And go back home. Okay, we can go back to screen sharing now. And wait, before I do it, close the tabs. Transition across. Here we are. We are back. Okay, so quick recap. Installed plugins. We have Lightspeed Cache if you're using Open Lightspeed. Otherwise, any other cache would be fine. And Winden, which will be importing the framework. Then under appearance, we have one of the original WordPress themes left as a backup in case we add plugins in the future and we want to test because something's broken. And you know, the whole plugin developer theme loop host that you get run around in when the theme providers, like it's the host and the host is like it's a plugin and the plugin is like, no, it's a provider, and you just go around in circles. Great to have 2023 as a default theme. InstaWP. Let me have a look at that, Max. So Max said, I'm using InstaWP for demos and testing these days. Ooh. This looks fancy. It has all the same. It looks very similar to GridPane. Are these the guys who did a lifetime deal? Recently? I'm just doing a quick search. Beep, boop, beep, boop. I do have Facebook open on the other page, which I'm using to see if I can find anything about InstaWP. Can't. Interesting. That's usually a good thing. As in, like, it's not mentioned, it's not bad. The way I think. Okay. Back to building our website. Yes, but only for a lower subscription fee. Ah, interesting. Okay, InstaWP looks super cool. I will test it out in one of our next streams as an alternative to GridPane. I guess I'm a little fortunate that I'm on one of the grandfather plans, so I don't have the higher price. But I will definitely look into InstaWP, Max. Thanks a lot for sharing. Okay, back to where we were. So, Oishi's asking, do I use a child theme for bricks? I do not. The main reason is because I chuck most of my CSS into my Winden file, and on Nintu I also have Scripts Organizer running. So any additional functions I chuck into Scripts Organizer. Ah, interesting. Thank you, Max. Max saying InstaWP is backed by Automattic, which is super cool. And for those who don't know, Automattic are the guys who built WordPress. Don't be sorry at all, man. You derail me in the same way that my brain works normally. So no worries at all. But yeah, no, back to you, Oishi. I don't use a child theme. I have used child themes for bricks before. I've made my own child theme for bricks, and then I broke it, and then it was a pain to remove. But the simple answer is you don't really need it if you have other ways to manage your scripts. The only time that I would be using it is if I have customizations of the base bricks theme that I want to build in, or if I'm currently, like, my process is adding CSS to that customize tab, and I don't want that to be overridden every time, then I would use a child theme. Then you can chuck it in there and it won't get overwritten when Bricks has a theme update. But otherwise, used to use a lot of child themes for old WordPress websites. Haven't found a lot of use for it now that I'm using Scripts Organizer and just chucking stuff into Winden. But like even Scripts Organizer, I don't use that much these days. And we can get into more when we get to optimization. Okay, let's set up a few things now. So we're going to jump into our brick settings first. And what do we want to do? So we want to enable SVG uploads. SVG images, for those who don't know, are those images that can really, they're vector images, so you can stretch them and scale them, and they don't lose their quality. I also want to, that's all I want to do on that first page. I'm then going to go into Builder Access, and I want to enable code execution, because we're going to use a bunch of code blocks, especially for icons. So I'm going to enable that. I'm just going to quickly double check. Templates, no, I'm all good. Builder, I'm going to change a few things here. So I am going to change the element actions. And instead of wrapping things in a block, I like to wrap them in a div. And that way you can add all of your different attributes to that div if you ever need to. And it's just a pain to go and convert blocks from divs, and maybe they have a conversion tool, but what if that tool doesn't work and it leaves some more problems? So I just like to work with divs. It's simple, it's the point, and it works well for me. I then am going to jump into performance. I'm going to disable emojis. I'm going to leave embeds on. I'm going to disable Google Fonts. I am going to disable lazy loading because I will do that through a plugin. I am going to disable jQuery because I don't need it. I'm not going to cache query loops for now. And I am going to add this as needed. That looks pretty good. And then API keys, leave as it is. And then custom code, you can add it if you're wanting to change some stuff with bricks. But for now, we are just going to use the default bricks. Alrighty, that covers the bricks side of things. Real quick recap, we've more or less enabled code blocks, that's the main thing, and changed the default wrapping and elements from block to div. That if you've got those two covered, you should be pretty good to go. We're now going to jump into Winden. And we're going to do a couple of things with Winden. We're going to configure it to use our brand colors. We're going to configure it to have, what's it called? Fluid spacing and fluid typography. So fluid is essentially where if you grow and shrink your screen, the size of spacing and the size of your fonts will scale as the screen is growing and shrinking. If you think of the default behavior of most websites, they just use breakpoints. So you'll see they have like desktop version, and then they'll shrink it down, and then they'll have mobile, like tablet version or small computer version, and then they'll shrink it down further, and they'll have mobile version. And maybe on each of the versions, they'll have different font sizes and different spacings. For the most part, pretty cool. It works. But it's kind of a pain because then you're you're creating additional settings and layouts for those different devices. So you're adding more to your site, but then there's a lot more to edit and a lot more to manage. And what if someone loads a site that's like just in between those breakpoints and it's a little bit funky, and you know, all the iPad mums at home? So fluid type and fluid spacing. So it makes everything nice and smooth and resizes it based on the device. I think that's... Oh, and then we're just going to add a couple of default settings to bricks so that it syncs up with Tailwind. Now, for those who don't know, Winden is essentially a tool that allows you to use Tailwind on WordPress websites. The way it works is the dplugins team, so the guys who built Winden, they have a server over wherever their server is that hosts all of the node applications and settings that are used for compiling your CSS. And what it does is it sends a request over to that server once you're done building. That server, more or less, analyzes your website. It's like, okay, you're using Tailwind here. It removes everything else from the Tailwind framework, and it just sends you back what you need for your website. What this means is it's very, very, very scalable, and you can expand Tailwind. Tailwind can expand Tailwind. You can add all these additional functions and features and stuff. And unless you're using it on this page, it's never going to load the entire framework, which is super cool, very, very scalable. I like. I'm also a huge fan of utility CSS utilities, whatever order you want to call it in. It's a very controversial topic within the community. It's something that my brain ticks very well with. I know how to write CSS, and utility classes just make so much sense to me because it's like an easier version of CSS. And it's super, super easy to know what is styling what, because we usually just have one class that styles one part of an element. But we'll get more into that in a little bit when we go through scale and optimization later on in the video. But for now, we want to set up our Winden config. So we're going to start with the Generals tab. Define which Tailwind version. You can use the latest. I don't think there's a massive difference between 3.1 to 3.2.4. Maybe some little bug fixes here and there. Let's just use the latest. Should be fine. Enable autocomplete. I'm not going to enable autocomplete because I will use a different tool that has, or like a cheat sheet that has all of my utility classes saved. Because if I'm putting everything into the page builder, it's going to slow the fuck out of the page, slow down the page builder. And I don't want my page builder to be slow as I'm working through it, especially. So no autocomplete for me. DQ assets, WordPress global inline styles. I will not DQ just in case I want to use some default WordPress stuff down the future. Do I want to enable Tailwind preview for Gutenberg? Yes. Do I want the Bricks integration? So what are my options? Register, Bricks, global classes index. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be adding 7,000 classes to Bricks. I want to just have my little cheat sheet that I can go back to whenever I need it. I don't need Bricks to be my cheat sheet. And then do I want to DQ assets? I do not want to DQ assets because I want to use, or I want to have the option to use any of the default brick stuff if I ever do need it. Things like pop-ups, menus. I really want the best of both worlds, right? I want to be able to use Bricks and have all the best parts of Bricks, and also use Tailwind and have all the best parts of Tailwind and no compromises. Given that Tailwind ends up being so light on your website, it is not. I have not had any speed problems before. And then when I'm ready for production, don't use the cached CSS file, and don't use the cached, and don't use cached for admin. So I'm going to toggle both of these on for now. And essentially what this means is for admins, it's pulling in all of Tailwind through the CDN. Now, you might have seen this sometimes when you visit websites. For the first few, not even second, maybe like the first half a second or quarter a second, there's like this CSS flash where nothing's styled and then all of a sudden everything's styled. That often happens because it's pulling the entire library down from the CDN, and that is a big library to pull every time you load a page, and not great for the end user's experience. It is great, however, for the admin because you're pulling in the entire library every time, you're reducing areas that problems could occur from, and you don't care if there's a CSS flash, you're just logged in as an admin. The end users aren't going to see this. What you want to know is what I'm seeing the final version once I regenerate and I clear my cache. So admin CDN, yes. User CDN, no. For the user, we want the cached file, which is that optimized, fast one that's been through the dplugin servers. So essentially on my general settings page, I have ticked on the 2 boxes when I'm ready for production, even though I'm not ready for production. I have enabled Gutenberg because I will probably use it in the future. And that is all I need to do. And give me just 1 second. Okay, I'm back. And I've got more weird music playing. Switch that to something else. Okay, next 2 things that we need to do is configure our CSS and configure our config file. So I am going to start with the CSS because it's the easier one. And I will walk you through what it pulls in. But essentially, if you go grab this from help.nintu... Wait, that wasn't supposed to do that. Oh, did it change? Because... Damn it, I think I might have broken something. Okay, give me 1 sec. I will go find my help article. And I know a new thing that I need to fix. Okay, knowledge base. getting some insider insights. I don't know if that's even a word. On I use Gist as a CRM. That's a whole other conversation. It is in my opinion, I use it pretty intensely. Best CRM for the price. Damn, am I not going to be able to get to my article? What have I done? Okay. Well, I will post this code back onto the main website, I think, for now, just in case anyone here needs it. And after the stream, I'll go ahead and update it to what it should be. Oh, actually, I might be able to just unmap. Knowledge base. I apologize. We are very distracted. I remove this now, it's going to create a bunch of other problems for me in the future. I won't do that just yet. I am just going to copy the code that I have on here. Now, this is going to look super weird and painful. Ignore it. I'll make it easy and accessible after the video. But essentially what I want to do is just copy everything that I've got in my CSS file. So I think it's this one here. And I'm just going to make sure that looks pretty correct. And what you can do to test and validate Tailwind CSS, you can go to, your Tailwind config. You can go to play.tailwindcss.com and you can chuck in a CSS file and a config file. And if what you copied has any errors in it, it will tell you where the error is, which is super neat. And I chuck that one in. All right, sweet. No errors. That's good. We'll just tidy all of this up. And I will explain what it all does. And what I'll also do, actually, for anyone who wants to grab the CSS file and the config file right now, I'll chuck it in the chat. It's that link there, and I'll chuck it in the Twitch chat as well, just in case anyone's in the Twitch chat. Oh, let me chuck it in the Twitch chat. Okay. Well, grab it from the YouTube chat. And what you want to do is just go over to the CSS file, and you can click on the bottom right hand side, copy. And then you can jump back to your website, and under base CSS, Esmond has sent me, is this what I'm looking for? But I don't see the message before that. Was there a message before that, Ez? Or is there a message after that? Okay, let's start dissecting this CSS file together. I feel like I'm missing something. No, I'm not. I think I've got it at the bottom. Okay, sweet. So, CSS file. So we've got a couple of things here. Right up here, we've got updating Bricks default styles to match Nintu styles. What this essentially is doing... Oh, that sucks, Max. Thank you and sorry. Oh, that's pain. Oh, that's why it doesn't come up, Esmond. Max is saying URLs are stripped from YouTube chat. I do have it somewhere. I think, or I hope, I might have another link saved. Give me 1 sec. We'll just quickly try and get or find a link, and then I'll give you a way to get the link. I remember putting in somewhere a Tailwind Play folder or link, but it might not have been into this article. All right, what I'm going to do is I'll send you the link over on Facebook, and anyone who needs it, just let me know and you can grab it. I'll send it over to you as well. Just in case. Great day to troubleshoot or for the knowledge base to go down. That's okay. All right, back to our CSS folder file. So essentially what we're doing here with our first group of root settings is we're telling Bricks Builder to change its default styles and match our custom Tailwind styles. We're going to get to our custom Tailwind styles in a second, but it just links them up so that we don't need to change, for example, the default button color every time we add a new button through Bricks. Instead, it will go and pick up the default color that we've defined through Winden. After that, we set our HTML font size. So by default, and I think in general, everything in the HTML font size, most websites will have HTML font size as 100%. Tailwind happens to base a lot of what it's doing off the HTML font size. So if it's not 100%, things start going wonky. But Bricks sets it to, I think, 62.5% by default. So we're just switching that up, making it back to what the web default is, which is 100%. Everything in that link that I just sent you, copy the CSS, everything in CSS to Winden CSS, and copy everything in config to Winden config. I'm going to cover the config straight after this. After this, I've just got some basic overflow settings so that, I'm sure you've seen this before. You visited a site on mobile. There is no overflow configured for that mobile, and a picture goes outside of the viewport, and then you've got some left and right scrolling that you can do when we only really want up and down scrolling. So this just solves that. Anything outside of our core content box, if it's bigger than the size of the screen, just cut it off so we don't have any funky overflows. And then we can do some more creative lines and shapes and stuff that might fall off the page without impacting that user experience, and everything stays nice and responsive. I've then got some scroll bar styling. So this is totally unnecessary, but sucker for the details. I like my scroll bar to match the design of the rest of my site. Hey, Mike, welcome to the chat, man. And Paul, welcome as well. Mike, great to see you again. It's been a little while. I've been well. I just got back from Melbourne. And I'm so happy to be back. I live in Vietnam, in case we hadn't spoken about that before. Paul, my link is broken, which is so uncool. So here's what I'm going to do. I have the config link. As soon as I finish this explanation, I'm going to post it somewhere that everyone can access it. And as I'm explaining, I'm going to think about where I'm going to post it. Maybe a Facebook group or something that's accessible. But yeah, back to my funky scroll bar settings. This essentially styles your scroll bar with your Tailwind colors. And then if you, whole idea is you update your colors in one place and it updates everything on the site, including Bricks' default settings and your sidebar settings. If we go and have a look at Nintu, you can see my sidebar here is black and gray, which is my neutral colors. And if I hover, it goes to my primary colors, which is what I want it to do. I then have all of my fluid font sizes and fluid spacing. So essentially, if you look here under the supports root font size, this defines all of my fluid fonts for my different viewport sizes as they scale or don't scale. And what it does is it keeps the exact same naming conventions and naming structure within Tailwind. And I'll explain this more in the config, but essentially it means we can keep using all the default Tailwind stuff. We don't need to change anything there, and we don't need to worry. And we still get all the benefits of customization. Then we have the same thing for spacing. So I use fluid spacing. I am not sure if it's a good or a bad thing yet. I haven't really made my mind up. I like it now that I've made everything fluid and I know all my fluid spacing. When I first started using it, I hated it because the spacing was different between the devices, and I had already set responsive spaces, like different spaces on different devices, and it messed everything up and I had to go back. So up to you if you want to use fluid spacing. And then I've got a couple of layer components here. So layer components are essentially Tailwind's way of using multiple utility classes with a single targeted class. Now, this can be used in two ways. The way that I'm using it here, which is you have a plugin or a theme or something that is applying a style and you cannot change that class. So what I can do with Tailwind is be like, hey, whenever that class comes up, use these utility classes. It's probably the case that I'd use it the most. Another good example of this is I used a grid builder on a recent site. I couldn't change the class name of the grid and the cards, and I wanted my cards to have my same styles as the rest of my website, but I didn't want to edit them and change them every time. So I defined them through a layer component. I just went and found what was the class name of that card, and then I applied my Tailwind CSS utility classes to that card. So like border rounded, shadow, XL, or whatever I was using, background white, text size, and so on. And that way I can manage it all in one place, and I can still use my utility classes. Another use case, which I've seen pop up a few times around the interwebs, is for people that want to manage, have a more global way of managing their utility classes, but still use utility classes. So in their case, for example, they've created a card, let's say pricing cards on one of their pages, and they have decided, okay, these pricing cards are going to have this class, say card 1, card light. And then here they would have specified card light and then applied all of the utility classes to that card light. And then every time they add a new card, they just give it card light as a class. And every time they want to update all of their cards, they can do it just from here instead of having to edit every single one. What we have in here is two things. Sorry, just some changes to the default bricks button to make it closer to all of the Nintu styles, and some changes to the default bricks form to make it in line with our brand colors and style. So stuff like the border radius, the background color, the placeholder color, that kind of stuff. Okay, that more or less covers the base CSS file. I'm going to quickly run through the config, and then I'll jump into Pastebin and share that file with you guys. So the config essentially is a way that we can edit and mold the Tailwind CSS framework without completely reinventing a framework or without breaking anything. So we can do two things with the config. We can either change existing settings or add additional settings, and it sort of all plugs in and interconnects to the rest of the framework, and it's quite easy to use. So if you look at it here, I've extended it in two ways. I've added 2 additional colors to my Tailwind project. So I've added P for my primaries and N for my neutral colors. So primary being my bright colors and neutrals being like my grays and whites. And what this means is I can create templates, or I can really build things out at scale. If I ever want to change the colors for the entire website, I just do it here. What Tailwind then does with this is they take these new colors and they plug it into every single like space or area that a color would be used. So everything from your font colors, shadows, borders, like your border color, background colors, hover, like any dark mode, light mode, any of those extra areas where colors would be used, they will pop up or they will be populated by filling them out here. Max, that is a great question. What generator do I use for fluids, or am I hand coding them? I think I just use I have it saved there. Was it one of these ones? Fluid type scale. Fluid-type-scale.com. I'll give it a sec to load. This one. And what I've plugged in, Max, is all of the Tailwind variables, all of Tailwind's scale system, so that it outputs the same scale system as Tailwind's scale system, and then I can just map them all together. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll come back to it in a sec. Okay, colors. So we're adding, long story short, here's what you need to know. We're adding additional colors so that they can all be managed from one place and that we can edit and change every color on the website just from here instead of having to edit every single page that is using that color. And by doing so, it plugs into the Tailwind system and it creates those color variables for every color instance on your website. Background colors, font colors, border colors, anywhere you would use colors. The other two things that I'm doing in the config is telling it, okay, I want you to also extend my font size scale. Change your font size scale from what you had as a default to use my fluid type scale instead. And if we remember, that's what we pasted over here. This is our fluid type. You can see that this is the type that we defined or the name that we defined. And in the config, we've just got the exact same variable pasted in against the correct Tailwind class name. I've also defined my spacing scale. Tailwind uses this spacing scale for a bunch of different things in its framework. Everything from padding, margins, widths, and so on and so on. So I've said, okay, I want you to use my fluid type scale for everything that involves space, except for max width. And so I've reset the default max width settings again here. And then just below that, we can add additional plugins. Tailwind, just like WordPress, has a bunch of plugins that you can add to it. I'm not using any at the moment. And Preflight are some default styles that you can import, which I'm also not using right now, which is why it's set to false. And that is our config file. So Paul, back to you. I am going to go grab my pastebin file. I wonder if I can post a link if I'm logged in as an admin or as myself. So I'm going to try that here. Give me one sec. I jump over to my live stream. Can I access it? Sorry, also, if this is the first time I've ever streamed to YouTube, so I'm figuring out the ropes. Close. Nope, that's not what I want to see. Can I see my... Wait, maybe I can just jump onto my channel and go into here. Okay. Oh, nope, stop. Don't need to hear myself. There we go. Does that work? Are you able to click on that link? So that is the Tailwind Play link, and it has everything that we just used in the CSS file and everything in the config file. And you can just click on the bottom right, copy, and then chuck it into your Winden settings. I will go back and fix up the knowledge base tonight. So all of this will also exist on help.nintu.io. just in case you missed the link from the live stream, you need to get back. It will be there. I've just got to figure out why it's not. Max and Paul, thank you very much for the feedback that it is working. Sweet, sweet, sweet. We're ready to move on. So last thing we're going to do with Winden is actually set our primary and our neutral colors. So I have a little tool that I use, and it is called, if you just Google Tailwind CSS color generator, it's a color generator by a gentleman called Simon Griggs, I think. There's a bunch, and like each your own, whatever you prefer. Hang on a second. It's this one. Where are you? Here we go. It has kind of vanished off of Google. No. Yes, try it out. Is this what I want? Yes, this is what I want. I'll chuck this in the chat as well. Oh, they've changed their domain name on it. That's why. Tints.dev. It used to be called Simon Griggs. Something. I will show you why I like this one. I'll just close. Oh, actually, no. Open this up, and I will just open that live chat up in a new window so I can still talk to you guys. Bear with me. No. There we go. All right, sweet. So, color generator. Where did that go? Here we go. We want to define essentially our primary color and our neutral color. Now, primary color is going to come in 10 shades. So is the neutral. And we're going to use almost all of those 10 shades because we'll be using light mode and dark mode. There's a bunch of different variables. Seems like a lot of shades, but you quickly realize that you do use all 10. So what we're doing here is we've jumped onto tints.dev, and we would plug in, if we already had a brand color, we'd plug in our primary color here into the value swatch. They already have one that's generated here that I actually quite like, so I'm going to use this one. And I'm going to add a second that I would plug in my neutrals into. Now, there's two things to look out with both primary and neutrals. Primary, you want to look at your 500 color, which will always be your middle. You want to make sure that it's nice and bright, and it's what you want to see the most often across your site, because it's what you're going to be using when you're really trying to drag someone's attention to an area of your website. That 500 will be the color you use. On the neutral side, which is not going to be a red, but I'll give you an example. With a little neutral, maybe something like this. On the neutral side, you want your 50 to be really, really light, like almost white. And then it should just gradually scale up. You should be looking at your 400 and 500s as sort of guides. Because the 400 will be your primary text color on normal backgrounds, like in normal mode. Sorry, let me just try that again. Your 500 will be your primary text color on normal websites, and your 400 will be your primary text color when you're using dark mode. So you need to make sure, quite often I'll see websites that have a neutral color that's not quite set up correctly. Their 500, 600, 700s are a little bit light because they're trying to get that 50, that neutral, as light as possible. So you're trying to get that one as close as you can to white, but you need to make sure that your 600 and 700s are also good. If you are not sure about creating your own neutral palette, what you can do is use the default Tailwind one. So if I go Tailwind CSS colors, you can see here they offer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 neutral color palettes that are really, really good out of the box, and that I would go ahead and use if you are not sure about creating your own neutral palette. And it's pretty easy to assess them. Slate and gray, if you're using any colors that are sort of towards the blue, purple, green shade. Green's kind of flexible. And then zinc through to stone if you're using any warmer colors. Usually goes quite well together. So what we'll do is do a bit of a combination of both. We will plug in the 500 gray here into here. See, yep, that looks fine. And then we will keep this purple as it is because I quite like this purple. And what I'm then going to do, you can see down here, it spits out something that looks kind of similar to what we had in our Winden config. And all we want to do is select our colors, our shades. So I'd just select from 50 to 900. Copy that. Jump back over to Winden, select 50 to 900, paste that in. And then do the exact same thing for, I've already managed to lose that color. Where did we go? Here we go. For your neutrals. Just go in, select them, jump back to Winden, highlight 50 to 900, and paste them in down below as well. Again, if you wanted to just quickly test to make sure that it's all working, you can copy your config file, chuck it into the play, tailwind play area, and if it's not triggering any errors, then you know you're good to go. Okay, I'm happy with that. I am going to save changes. And I'm going to create a new page to test it out to make sure that it all works. So we'll just delete these default pages. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Add a new page. And we are just going to call this page home now. Go ahead and publish. And then edit with bricks. Now on bricks, I don't want to build everything out. So as many of you know, some of you know, I have a little template library over at Nintu. So I'm just going to log in and pull across a couple of templates and pray that I don't fail live on stream. But I'm pretty confident that we should be able to just pull things across and for them to work. So I'm going to pull in a hero. Got my hero here. I like this one. Oh, actually, I might change to this one. Let's grab this more cyberpunky hero. Copy. Jump back over. Paste. Allow. Sweet. Okay, that looks pretty good. I don't have any pictures on this site yet. So we are going to upload a picture. Just go here, image. I'll just upload one file for now. If you do want any of these are all AI generated license-free pictures that I've made. If you want to use any of them, feel free to jump over to the collective group on Facebook, and I've got them linked there. Anyone to use to their heart's content, heart's desire, heart's wishes, something like that. To the other 3 viewers who just joined, or who joined in the last 10 minutes, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are building a website. We just went through a bunch of more technical stuff, but essentially we're going end-to-end and building a new web project. We have finished setting up the server-side stuff. Feel free to rewind the video. If you're on YouTube, if you're not on YouTube, go to YouTube. We have bought a domain. We have mapped our domain. We've set up our SSL certificate. And we have just configured all of our default WordPress settings. Now, I'm going to save this and jump over to the front. No, that did not do what I wanted it to do. Oh, did I really mess that up? Might have. Nope, it's all right. So we're good. So I'm just going to jump over to the front end to make sure that that works. And you can see when I refresh the page, see how there's that like CSS flash, like style flash? That's because it's pulling this from the CDN, which is, if you remember, like 30 minutes ago, what we defined in our Winden settings. Now, if we go, and I'll just show you this real quick with our Winden settings, if we go back and have a quick look, we can see we've got toggled here, don't use cached minified CSS for admin role. Yes, that's what we want. We want always to refresh, but that is then giving us that flash. That flash doesn't matter because we're an admin and the users will not see it. But what do the users see? So if we open up an incognito tab and go have a look, they see also a flash. They're not supposed to see a flash. Do I have... Hold. Hey, Timo! Good to see you, man. Give me 1 second. I am just generating the cache. I wanted to show you a broken version, but it didn't break. And it might have just been a Winden update that they pushed so that it doesn't break. But I'll show you the fast loading version this way. Timo says, thanks a lot. Gonna watch the replay. Need to work. Got already some good ideas since watching the live stream. Thanks for that one, Timo. Anytime, man. It's good to see you. Don't remember where we spoke, but I do know we spoke somewhere. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. And if you do have any questions now or in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me, either any of the socials, through the live chat. Oishi, so good to see that you're still here. Very, very exciting. So I didn't generate the CSS file. Yes, you're correct. I wonder if the guys at dplugins have changed the way Winden behaves. So what used to happen, if you didn't generate the CSS file, it wouldn't pull the file from the CDN. It would just pull nothing. So it'd always give you a broken layout. So I'm wondering if they've changed that to pull it from the CDN until you've generated the CSS file, which is what we are about to find out. So we're going to go back in here. We're going to refresh our Winden settings. And it has succeeded. And I'm just going to clear my cache as well, which is up here, open Lightspeed, just purge all. That gets rid of everything. And did I close what I just opened? I might have. Let's go back to our page. Copy, incognito, paste. And if I refresh now, you see it just loads. It doesn't move things around. So if I go back to admin side, open in a new tab. There we go. And refresh. See, this one does the little shifty things where things go into place. That's because this is coming from the CDN, but it's only showing it to the admin, and then a user would see it like this, where it's just super, super fast. We can also see that it's pulled in our purple. So remember the purple that we pulled from up here that we could, actually, I'll just show you this. So just say I wanted to change it from purple to a more pinky color. I like that color. It's very hot. I could go here, copy all of that, jump back to my Winden settings, replace my colors here, save. And then if I go back to my website and I refresh it, and it's probably cached, there we go. It's pink. And that's how you can quickly edit either the colors globally, but like that same principle of how we've created our own colors can be applied to anything throughout the framework. Okay, it's building time. Finally. So we're going to build 3 pages. We're going to build a home page, a contact page, maybe an about us page. I don't know if we're going to write all the copy tonight because I don't know if I'll have the brain power to. But the building will be fun nonetheless. I think that's the right word. And with that, what was the other thing we're going to do? Come on, brain. I don't know. I forgot. maybe it'll come back to me. So we're going to build a new website. We're going to build out the different pages. We are going to use a lot of the templates that I've already made on Nintu for time's sake. And we're probably going to use the same brand colors as we have on Nintu as well, actually. But we might switch them out right at the end as we get towards the end. Damn it. You know that feeling when you've got something at the end of your tongue and like you remembered there was something exciting to say and then you forgot what it is, but like the feeling stays? That's how I'm feeling right now. Just wishing it would come back to mind. Okay, never mind. I will close this one off. We're going to go back to our dashboard. We know that everything that we've got set up now works. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start uploading a series of just default photos. So all of these photos here. I like to do this up front when I start working on a project because I find it, I like to just have everything ready to go and I'm not then waiting to go back and forth and look for my photos and it takes forever and then I get distracted and I forget what I was trying to say again. So I'm just going to upload all my photos here. This will take about 5 minutes. While this is loading, headers and footers. Oh, copy with ChatGPT. I like that, Max. Sorry. Yeah, I do have ChatGPT. I think that's a great idea. Headers and footers. So I don't have any great headers and footers as templates built on Nintu at the moment. So we're going to grab the ones that we have, that I have created just for the Nintu website. I'll share those codes as well with anyone who would like them if they'd like to use the same. But essentially, if we look at Nintu, we've got a basic header at the top. And then what it does, if you scroll down, it disappears. That's done through Motion Page. And if you go to the mobile view, it moves it down to the bottom, which I feel like more websites should be doing. Why? Because screens are getting so big at the moment that I feel like it's very hard to reach the top of your screen. So why not put the menu in the bottom like apps do? I don't know. I feel like the world is still catching up on that part. And then, image optimization we will do next as we've built out a couple of pages. We'll do the image optimization, the CDN setup, and the caching all together because they're kind of all tied together, and some of it's dependent on each other. But we can do it later on because we can run like a bulk image optimizer, and that will take care of everything in the background as well as everything that we upload into the future. And it saves us a little bit of time on stream actually as well, because it means when we upload an image, we don't need to wait for it to go through the optimization, although that's really minimal and probably me just looking for an excuse to do what I just said that I was going to do. As for footers, I've got a bunch of footers somewhere here. Oh, a bunch? Oh, I've got 3. That will do. We'll probably use which one? We'll probably use this last one. I really like this last one. I like anything that's got this like topographic. I think that's what it's called. Whatever this is, I think that's a cool style. I would maybe one day get a tattoo about that. You agree with the bottom menus for mobile? I'm glad that I'm not alone. Someone commented on our Facebook post today. Where was it? It was in... Now, if you are in this chat, you're a very cool person, and I really appreciate you. But I did find it interesting that you were asking me if it was a mistake that the menu on mobile was at the bottom. I was like, it should be at the bottom. Anyhow, I'm getting ahead of myself. Squad, here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a 3-ish minute break just while the rest of these pictures upload. Then we're going to dive into building out our homepage, which should be pretty exciting. I am going to go get some drinks. Yeah. Yes, Max. I'm going to go get myself a new drink. And Chow Dog, who just followed on Twitch, thank you very much and welcome and great to see you. And welcome to the stream. And I hope you enjoy. And please do not hesitate to ask any questions if you do have any questions. And I think I can see both streams, but I might need to re-log in on Twitch just in case, which I will do right now. Do I know my Twitch password? Wait, I'm going to change screen. So what happened when I streamed last time, which was my first stream? I think Max was in the stream actually as well. Is I opened up all of my. I was like, I'm gonna be sensible. I'm gonna switch my screen when I look for my passwords, which is what I did. I didn't close my tabs though, and I had all of my passwords and license codes open in other tabs. And then, as you can imagine, it was like a 2.5 hour stream. An hour and a half in, I forgot that those tabs were open. And, you know, crazy as I am, I'm just tabbing through because I've got, by this point, 6 billion tabs open, only to realize that I'm tabbing through tabs with all my passwords and license codes and all that shit. It's like, so anyhow, lessons learnt, don't do that. Close your tabs and stop screen sharing when you're looking at passwords. Coffee, yeah, and get yes. Thanks. Oh wait, Site PatrolNet. Could you please move your vid screen to the right of the screen? I'm sorry, I only just saw your message that you messaged me 32 minutes ago. Yes, I can. If you need me to do it again. And I'm sorry that I missed your message. I didn't know that I needed to be logged in. But, you know, live and learn. Only visible shield mode. What's shield mode? Ninja has activated shield mode. I don't want to... I want anyone to be able to chat. Thank you, Twitch. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, which is go get another drink and potentially a short bathroom break. And I will see you all in a couple of minutes. Probably sitting down. That's a spoiler, and I should have saved that. Anyhow, be right back. I will, for real.
I've been reaching out. Do you feel it? Do you feel the way we're falling out of time?
All right, I am back. I'm just resetting a little bit. We're like 2.5 hours in, getting ready for a whole new site build. Hopefully haven't set too crazy expectations of what's going to happen or what is possible. Maybe not expectations, maybe like targets. I got my big water bottle though. I've moved on from weird red drink to water, which is probably a good idea at 9:46 at night. But very, very energized. Scraping the back of my brain for inspiration of what I'm going to do for this new homepage. I think it's going to be somewhat similar to the Nintu homepage, which could be interesting. But we're essentially going to build everything out using Tailwind once again. Someone's messaging me. I will be showing you how to use the utility classes, perhaps how I make some templates. And yeah, we'll just build it out together. Very open to suggestions on anything that we do make. Last stream, for those who weren't here, I'll show you what we did. I thought it was pretty cool. Have I got it as a homepage? This is what we made. So we took Bubble. I don't know if you know Bubble. Bubble is essentially an app that's like a no-code app building app, which is pretty cool. And we went through their homepage, and they have changed it a little bit since, I believe. Or they fixed some stuff up. Oh, no, they haven't. So I was like, this, I'm pretty sure, is a heading that's supposed to be above here. Anyhow, we went through it all, and then we made some changes to what I thought was good and not good. And this is the version that we ended up with a GIF that's not playing, but that's okay, you get the point. Which is very similar to the Bubble website, just a little cleaner, I think. Go back and compare. There's less colors, more consistent colors, and we added dark mode because fuck yeah, dark mode's cool, and Tailwind. And this is one of the things that I want to put onto this new project, which I'm calling the Lost City for now. But essentially a space for everything that the community works on, anything that other people want to share, anything that other plugin providers build that want to give us a resource out, and have a place that everyone can live and grow and build on there together. And we might connect like a circle community to it as well, and have that embedded and like linked to the login system or something like that. I'm getting way ahead of myself. But yeah, just a nice place to be able to upload cool shit that we work on that isn't necessarily core to what any of us offer. So it'd be like weird. It probably wouldn't be weird. Like I could offer a template of an example page that I built on stream. But like it would be weird to offer that maybe. Like there'd be no way that, say, Bricks Awesome. Like I know the guy who, like Lovish is the guy who owns Bricks Awesome. Great guy. Just say he built something and he wanted to share it with our guys. Like he doesn't have a direct way that would make it easy for our community to access his stuff and for his community to access our stuff. So that's the plan with the Lost City. I still like the Collective as a name a little bit better now, which is what our Facebook group is called. But damn, like everyone likes the Collective as a name. Every single domain's bought. Except for the collective.so, I think. Maybe .so, I don't know. Keen for your thoughts. You are so right, Max. I am so sorry. I forgot to share what I was showing you. Typical me. Bubble. This is what I was showing you. So this is the Bubble website that we were rebuilding the last stream. And we redid all of it with Winden and Bricks Builder and changed some stuff around. So instead of like a bunch of random colors in the icons, we just used the main primary color. We inverted this to put it above here because I think that makes more sense than having it below, which is what they have on their website. Or like it's more consistent, right? And then we added dark mode to it. This. Boom. Then we played around with like different ways that we could customize dark mode for pictures and stuff. Am I still not screen sharing? Wait, screen. Can you not? Wait. It's so interesting to see the way you're using bricks. Thank you, Vicky. I think that's how your name's pronounced. I hope it's how it's pronounced. Max, I'm assuming the message deleted means I fixed it. I hope. And hey, Vicky, welcome to the stream, man. Glad to have you here. Ask me any questions that you want as we're going through. Esmond, if you can make enough money with Nintu, I have some bigger plans behind Nintu, which I haven't shared with everyone yet, but and it's also not very relevant to this community. But essentially, there's a big delay still. Yeah. Is there a delay between the audio and the video? Or is it just the delay in what you are reading? Like, as in, brain is not computing. Let me try that again properly. Is the delay between what I'm saying and what you're seeing? Or is the delay between me doing something and you seeing what I'm doing? If I make a lot of money, I can get the domain name. Yes, that's true. I'd have to make a lot more money than them, because that domain's like $15,000. Like, in my head, to be able to justify a $15,000 domain, I have to make significant money. But yeah, no. So what the longer term behind Nintu is, and for some context, my background was in big corporate marketing, which is the most boring thing you could ever work in. And so but it's a good market to sell to, right? Because they've got lots of money. And I kind of understand how, like, what they do and the problems that they have and shit. So the idea was, look, we build Nintu for the people that we care about and the stuff that we want, which is what you guys see, what you have access to, and the templates and all that stuff. And that's the shit that I really care about, right? Like, if I could do anything, I'd be building cool stuff online. End of the story. But then to help fund it and scale it so that I can, like, continue to grow the team, get bigger, more devs, designers, and all that into it, is start offering hosting and flat monthly fee, like as a subscription, design services and data services and web services throughout Nintu. And then everything that we build for those corporate customers then feeds back into the membership plan. So, like, we'll build out a bunch of landing pages and all that shit for these corporate clients, and then all the templates that we'd use for those landing pages go back into the template pool. Everyone gets access to them. Next client comes around, they have more demands and requests, which we use some of the existing stuff that we've built, and we build some new stuff that then feeds back into it again. And then sort of as you grow and as you scale, it gets easier and easier. Max, thank you so much. Audio video is fine on YouTube. There's a massive delay though. It's like a 3-minute delay, I think, almost. I feel like, at least. But I appreciate the comments nonetheless. And I'm going to get to some of these questions that are in here as well now. So I see so many interesting Tailwinds preset outside there. Nintu is one. I really appreciate that, Vicky. That's really nice of you. Thank you. It means a lot, and it's super exciting that you're also looking to build something. If you do need any help or have any questions, feel free to ask. I'd be very glad to help. Then Chowdog, which is a cool name, is asking on Twitch, I'm currently doing a free code camp site redesign. I haven't finished it yet. Do you want me to critique it a little bit just for fun? Maybe take you a minute or two. Yeah, I'd be happy to go through it, Chow. Or Doug. Or Mr. Doug, whatever you prefer to call you. Yeah, we can definitely have a look at that. And then back over on the other side, Vicky, I wonder if I could use them on multiple platforms like Oxygen, Block Theme, or even Webflow. So if you're looking to use the templates, yes and no. So with Oxygen and I believe soon Bricks as well, the guys at D Plugins are working on a HTML converter. So if you had generic HTML templates, you could use them across Oxygen, which they already have the converter for. Bricks, they might build something into Gutenberg as well. I know Marco's quite big on Gutenberg, but not Webflow, unfortunately. And Chow has also sent me his awesome Figma code link. So we might take a last little minute. We'll go through the Figma. I'll have a quick scan through it, Chow. And just to decide if we have time right now or if we do it after, like in our next little break. This is cool, man. I know I'm not screen sharing what Chow sent. I can show you actually. Beep boop, beep boop. Loading up. Spell check. Oh, that's good for me. I always needed spell check. So this is what Chowdog just sent over, which is very, very cool. There's a lot that I like. Some stuff that I have questions about. But let's come back to this in just a second. Can I give you the high five? High five. Okay. Anyhow, we'll come back to your stuff, Chow, in a little bit. Just so I don't get too sidetracked, and in case people are getting a little impatient with me for ranting about random other stuff for 10 minutes. The delay might have increased if I had Steam open in the background. Oh, not Steam, Twitch. Okay, I'm closing off the different tabs that I have. I'm wondering if I have left a license tab open somewhere. Hopefully not. We've got all of our pictures that are uploaded now as well. That is cool. Got our homepage that we are going to go back into edit mode. This is the demo, which may come back to. And then we'll get our site that we're editing. Sweet. Okay, so objective of this site, real quick recap, is a community that people can join if they are a member of Nintu, of Bricks Awesome, of any other cool person that I can convince to join the program. And they get access to a bunch of cool resources. It could be training, templates, tools, code blocks, a bunch of different things. Does anybody have any suggestions on good community websites out there that might exist that you know of that could kind of give us a good starting point? There are, I know there's one, I've forgotten what it's called. Music's not helping me and I forgot to turn it off as well. Okay, let's turn that down. Let's jump back over here, pause the music and try to think. So community websites, looks cool, gives an overview of what we do, potentially highlights some features, has a contact page. We won't do the landing page because that would probably be a bit too long today. But it'll have a home page, a contact page, and about us page. Maybe we just start. Does anybody remember what is that? There is a Bricks. I've completely blanked out. There's a Bricks website that does tutorials, and that's really good. And I think you might be a pretty involved with it, Max. But I'm not sure. Well, that's in the back of my head and maybe in your head. There was another one. I think it was called. I don't know if you know this guy Flux. He has a YouTube channel. He has a course, Flux Academy, which might have an interesting place to start. I like the idea of a massive video in the hero. I think that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, web dev and Bricks Labs. Yes. Big brain. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Bricks Labs is pretty straightforward. That's cool. There's not a huge amount there. You wonder if you can use them with Winden. What are you looking to use with Winden, Ficky? Sorry, I've got the hiccups. Oh, this is pretty cool. Look at this. Building the future community. He's got some more. He's got some community stuff, and then some pricing, FAQs, and a last call to action. That's interesting. I'm just going to see if I can find a link to that site we saw referenced here. Where'd it go? Wait. I am short. Oh, hang on. I've gone back. That's why. Yes. Yeah, let's do it. We're getting to an exciting point. Okay, what's this? Houston Exponential. Let's see if I can find that. Lots of cool motion effects on here too. I like this a lot. Let's look. I would like to do something similar to this. What does the squad think? Let's go. Yeah, there's a couple of things on here that I think are really cool. There's a few things on the Flux Academy website that I like quite a lot as well. We might do actually. Beep boop, beep boop. Just open. Nope, don't look at any of the stuff that's in progress. Super secret. We'll open a new little Figma, and we might chuck together some high levels. No, I don't want FigJam templates. Just want boxes. Sweet. Okay, so what are we going to chuck into the website? What have they got? So they essentially go hero. Hey, Paul, thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. And yeah, as I was saying to everyone else, if you have any questions and watching the replay, do not shy away or hesitate to reach out, whether through socials or the live chat on the site. I usually have the links to the phone. So, but yeah, thanks for hanging out. It's been really cool. Okay, back to here. So he has hero, and then he goes straight into kind of like featured benefits, social proof, featured benefits, more featured benefits, more social proof. Then more of the features that you're going to get out of it. Social proof. Lots and lots of social proof. I think that's very cool. Features. Okay, let's stop dragging this on, and just start. So we are going to do hero. Figma auto saves my work. Okay, cool. Thank you, Figma. Hero, and for our hero, I like the idea of like huge text, no subheadings, and just a call to action. Just make that black for now. That will do. And then below that, I'm going to do an intro section. Which might be a video, let's say. This may change as we go, but I think it's good to just have a starting point. Otherwise, I'll be delaying and thinking for hours on end. Can I fill this? Yes. Fill. Yeah, that fill color is fine. Just chuck it in the middle. Beep, boop, beep, boop. And then I think we go into some benefits. So we could go benefit 1, benefit 2, benefit 3. Make this a little bit smaller. Actually, I should have just done that. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Beep, boop. And then some. I saw somewhere something that sparked my interest or piqued my interest, which was like the companies or the ecosystem. I think this is quite cool. And I like the idea of like a circle that's like fixed in the background and then stuff that moves in the foreground. I think we might do something similar to that. So we'll jump back over to Figma. We might stick with a rectangle though. But then ecosystem's kind of more... Oh, I know. Yeah. Not straight rectangle. But there, something like that. And then here we'll go bib ecosystem. Then what should we line up after that? Maybe some FAQs. And we probably need some call to actions as well throughout, but that's okay. So we'll do these a little bit off center. Just do FAQs. Check. And I think this whole website's going to be like super wonky in terms of design, as in like kind of breaking a bunch of design rules. But that is okay. If you are looking to get started in design and it's your first time, and ChowDog, you've got a pretty cool website, but just in case you haven't seen this before, there's a book called Refactoring UI. And it was essentially everything is where I learned all of everything in design way back in the day. And I've linked it here somewhere. I am going to find it. Do not worry. Here we go. Refactoring UI. And it is more or less a little book that has like, a little book. It's like a 100-page book or 200-page book. And it covers like every single design rule and do and don't and all the things on the web. I'll give you a little example. And it gives you pretty good like visual examples of like how things work and how they don't work and why you should do it this way instead of that way and why you need 10 shades, which is what we use. And here, like, so what is this one? Not all elements are treated equal, and like how they highlight different things and how that all works. So yeah, feel free to grab and steal and use if you want to. I'll check it in the chat. And if you want to join the collective group on Facebook, you can do that too, which is where we talk about all this stuff. Alrighty, I'm pretty set on kind of a high level of where we want to go with the website. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? And as I go through or wait for questions, I am going to pick another song. Something to keep me focused. I can give you, just let me know if the music gets too loud or too annoying or too anything, and I can switch it off from the chat. But just in case you want to also listen along to the music as we're going. All right, enough delaying, Alex. I am going to take my little Figma file. I'm going to move it just over to the other side of my screen for now. Let me know if you want to see it again, and we can bring it back up. And we are going to start building. So we'll start right at the top here. Ficky, ask as many questions as you want, man. I am very, very happy to answer, and it gives me a little bit of a brain break as we're going through the different things. So we're going to build this hero. We're going to have massive text. It's going to be on probably a slightly off-white background. And then we're going to have a big button on the right-hand side. And we may add some artifacts to that. We may actually use some of the Nintu styled stuff. So like these weird styled buttons, or like the glitch one that we've got at the top and the lines that we've got around. I like the idea of using that to keep some consistency, but also making it different enough that people can see, oh yeah, okay, this is not the same. It's the same, but it's not the same. I think would be a good place to start. So I'm going to start pretty much from scratch, I reckon. So I'm going to get rid of that there. I am going to go and open up my Nintu templates as well. And I'll open them up in a couple of different pages, because what I reckon I'm going to use the most of is these layouts. And we'll start from here. So I want a 2-column hero. Alright, just readjusting sound. Okay. So yes, I think I want a 2-column hero. Did I already close? No, I didn't. I had that top part open that I liked earlier. Okay, 1 column at the top. Within that, 2 columns so that we can chuck our explore, or we could just make the explore button float. We're not going to copy it exactly, but I think it's a really cool, inspiring hero. So I'm going to go into my layouts over here. And I'm going to grab this one, which is just a section, and this should pull in, unless I mess something up, all of our base stuff. And we are also going to open our little cheat sheet. So I use a cheat sheet by NerdCave. And it's more or less all, well, actually it's not less, it is all of the Tailwind utility classes that I can just quickly search for. So if I wanted to see all of the padding options, I could just go padding. Did I type too many D's? Yes. And then I can see here all the different types of padding that I can add as utility classes. So jumping back to my page, I now have a pretty basic section here, and you can see I've got right at the top just I've called it section, but it's just div that has a hidden overflow, which we don't really need now that we've added a whole overflow, but it's full width. It sets our text to our base color. Our text should not be primary for color. It should be text dash neutral 500 and dark text neutral 400 for when we use dark mode, and I'm pretty happy with that. We've then got a container inside of that, so the container sets the max width, which I'll keep 6XL for now. 7XL is the biggest max width on Tailwind, so if we went back over to here and we looked at max width, or it might be more. No, 7XL is the largest. 7XL looks great on big screens, but on smaller computers, so like a 13-inch screen, it's like the full screen, and it leaves no padding other than the default padding. It's or like what I put in, and it's not like it's a little bit too big for medium-sized screen. So I use the 6XL, and it's standardized and it's easy that way. Then I've got MX Auto to center everything. PX4, so padding on the x-axis, so left and right is 6, sorry, not 4, 6. And PY, so padding top bottom on the y-axis is 32. And that's our fluid size scale for those paddings. And then inside of that, I've just got a grid with a gap. I don't actually have a grid in here, so I can probably remove that. So I'm just going to go into this, delete, and I will get rid of that. I will get rid of that. And I will start adding my content. I'll just call this one content for now. And I'm also going to grab this. So I want my super big heading as a heading. So this is heading and this is a text element. I want to grab it as a heading. I'll jump back over here, paste that in. And I'm going to go back to Facebook to see if I can steal some of that community description that I'd already written. Collective. Yeah, this is perfect. I think. And I might change it later on, but that's okay. Let's check that. Oh, that's way too big. Let's change this to humans crafting. I know I said I wouldn't write text. Humans crafting the next generation of online projects. Nice and big. And I'm going to make it all uppercase as well, I think. The build is out of frame to the left side. I believe you. I just don't have a screen that's big enough for me to be able to see it. No, that's not gonna help actually. Okay. 1 sec, Max. How's that? Are we better? I think we're good. But let me know. All right, sweet. And then I'm going to give it a background color of neutral 50, which is like our lightest neutral for now. Remember when we set all of our colors. And I'm going to also give it a dark background color of neutral. What are we going to do? We want like the darkest, I reckon. So neutral 900 I'll use. And then I'm just going to check my text. I can see that I've got the light color defined and the dark color defined, and I'm good to go there as well. All right, sweet. Now I'm going to add a massive button to this. So I'm actually going to grab the default button that I have on the Nintu website. And to get that, I am going to have to log in and log out because I need to be in as an admin. But I might just do it from another browser. So give me one sec. So what I'm looking for is this button here. Well, actually, I might have it on one of the templates. Big brain moment, or maybe not that big of a brain, but you know, we figured it out. Shortcuts. Do I have it? Did I have it on this one? Yes, I do. Okay, sweet. I'll just copy this, jump back over here, chuck that one in, go grab our button. There we go. And then we can get rid of the rest of the heading. We'll chuck the button in, and we're going to go to the heading above that and just give it a bunch of margin below. So we're going to go MB dash. What would be a good number? No, it's fine again. All right, sweet. Thank you, Max. MB32. We're going to delete that hero that we pulled in just before. We're going to make sure the button has, yeah, it's got light and dark colors. That's cool. And I think I want to move it to the right. So I think I can just go margin left dash auto, although I'm not 100% sure. Nope, that didn't work. What am I going to do to push this to the right? Can I just say to this, flex? Nope. Yes. Well, yes and no. Flex dash col. It's going to mess with my button, but I can wrap it. There we go. Bricks often add some bricks-div output code and make the class repeated when written. So, Ficky, yeah, it does. It's not a massive issue for me, at least in my books, and for now, because why is it not a massive issue? It is a little bit of extra HTML, but it's really not that much once everything's optimized and minified. It's not something that has like with the whole setup. I'm pretty confident in getting like under half a second load times. So I'm not worried about the extra brxc-div that it's adding. But I do understand where you're coming from. And we'll check out the code after this. I saw they did have an option in the Bricks settings as well to disable additional like Bricks classes. Although it did have a little experimental tag beside it. But I'd be super keen to try to see if we can save some extra resources. Okay, so brain of mine is not super performing tonight. So here's what I'm going to politely ask is if you see a better way to do something, tell me. And otherwise, I'm not going to overthink the way I do a lot of these things. I am just going to make it work, and then I'll come back and think about optimization with a bit more of a fresher set of eyes tomorrow as I go through it. Essentially, what I want to do right now is take this button I've got and anchor it to the right, which sounds super basic, and it is kind of basic. So to do it, I am just going to, I've added my new div there. I'm going to make this a flex column and items. I think it's items end. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. It looks a bit weird. And that's also sort of what I'm going for. Might also expand this button a little bit. So I've got px-12. Might change that to px-18. That's not a class. Okay. px-20. That is a class. Sweet. And then py-4. And I'm also going to change the text size within it, which I think here, font black text dash base. So I'm going to change that from text base to text dash. Let's try LG. Now, I remember all of these classes because I've been building stuff with Tailwind for quite a while now. But if you don't remember the classes, that's totally fine. Go to this little cheat sheet. So just Google Tailwind cheat sheet. It's probably one of the first that come up. There are a lot of them out there. I used this one by Nerd Cave. It was my Bible when I got started working on projects, and I would look up every single class when I was building. At this point, I think I have most of them memorized. But if I don't, I like to keep it open just in case I need to go over and check it out. Esmond says, thanks for everything so far. We'll look forward to following the build later on. Thank you, Ez. Thank you for hanging out as well. I'm not sure if that's a sign of like I'm leaving, which is, if you are, totally cool, and I really appreciate you stopping by. And if it's not, then we're going to keep building together. All right, sweet. I like that. I'm happy with that. It's kind of along the lines of what we had here. We may add some paragraph text. I know I said that I wouldn't, but now that I'm looking at it, I kind of feel like maybe I should. So I'm going to go grab some paragraph text, which I know I've got somewhere here. And I'm going to chuck it in. And I'm not going to write the text this time. But I'll just take a little guesstimate of how much I think it should be. And to this paragraph, I'm also going to give it a max width. Just thinking if I give it a max width to all screens or just to big screens. Give me one sec. Just try all screens for now. Let's say we go max W dash MD. Do I like that amount of shortness, or do I want... Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I can accept that it looks super funky, but let's just, for now, accept that we're going with a funky vibe. Things will look out of place, but once it all comes together, I'm sure it'll look cool. And like, we'll probably make some little changes here and there as well. There is a bigger space here than there is here, and I think I'm okay with that. Again, like, this breaks every rule in the book, but I'm kind of down for breaking the rules in the book tonight. Vicky has got another update. So, example, case of my last question. I add a heading, a basic text primary color class. Bricks will repeat like this. Primary color bricks heading, primary color bricks text. Can it be resolved? I do not know. That is a great question. So, Vicky, if you go and have a look in your WordPress settings, I saw something when I was looking at the settings earlier today, which is here, experimental. Only add classes as needed instead of all the time. So I wonder if this is going to output everything or if it's only going to add them as needed. Oh, yes, Max, genius. Thank you. I forgot. This is why I need you here, man. Back to what we were saying, Vicky. It does add bricks dash heading. I think it's just needed. I think it's what Bricks uses to identify that like that piece is built in Bricks, and therefore adds it to every element that does use Bricks. As I was saying before, if you're concerned about speed, don't worry too much about speed. It can be customized. I'm pretty sure I've seen articles of how you can customize what's in that text, but I don't think it can be completely removed. And back to Max's point, ChatGPT, let's open that up in the background as well so we can ask it questions. That's okay. You can log in, chat. Sounds good. All right. Sweet. We'll add that text to ChatGPT in a sec. If we go back to remember what we put on Figma over here, we had lines of hero, and then we had a big picture. Big video. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to give ChatGPT that while I... Oh, damn it, I closed Facebook again. I've got to stop closing Facebook and reopening it. There we go. ChatGPT. Hey there. Hey, chat. I tend to be too polite with the chat. So, create a paragraph. I can't spell paragraph intro for a hero on a website from this content. And then we'll paste it in. Let's see what it gives us. While that's loading, I am just quickly use the bathroom. The water is finally getting to me. I will be right back in a few seconds. I'll keep everything as is. I'll be right back. Damn it, I forgot to unmute myself. Max is saying you can also say stuff like make it a single paragraph and give me 3 options. And my reply was, "Ooh, interesting." But then, I'm repeating it. It's not as cool than the first time I did it. How many words did we have in that first? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 19. Okay, back to chat. Make it 20 words and give me 3 variations. And we'll come back to ChatGPT in a second. We're just going to add our next section now. So I'm going to go back. Actually, I'll just grab this section, copy it, deselect it, paste it. Because I'm going to keep everything except for what's inside of the content box here. And I want this weird fancy button effect. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a slight outline that goes around. I want that same outline around my video, which I'm going to add underneath here. So if we jump back over to my button, I'm going to change this to video. And we're also going to learn how to spell. Did I spell that right? That looks very weird. Okay, let's just pretend it's fine. Button link. I don't want a link, so I'm going to wait, can I? Why is it a link? Oh, here, HTML tag. That's right. And then button inner. We're going to get rid of the text, but we'll keep the inner, and we will remove. Will we remove? Just thinking if we remove the color. I think we're going to remove the color. So we'll remove the padding and we will remove the background color as well. And we can remove the transition. Actually, we can just get rid of everything in here. And I'm going to pull a video that I already have. I think I can pull it from here. Oh, I like this song. I'm just going to pull a video that I've already got like created. Oh, an unexpected error had occurred. Please refresh. Well, I guess I need to re-upload that video. Okay. Let's just pull whatever's playing on YouTube at the moment, which is some cheesy anime song. Sorry. I'm just opening YouTube. I'm just going to grab something off there. This looks cool. Copy embed code. Go back, come back over here, and we're going to chuck in a HTML. Nope, code. Yep, code block. And then we will paste this inside of the code block, and we just want to change the width to 100%. Height 480. I think the height should be fine. And once we've done this, we're going to go back and check out our ChatJupyter. And how's this looking? Okay, that's kind of cool as soon as we execute the code. And we're going to give that code block a class of w-full, which makes it full width. And something else is preventing it from being full width for some reason. Nope, that's fine. Is it you? Or is it just YouTube? I mean, is it just because it's inside of the... Oh, this looks like it might be creating some problems. Get rid of inline block. Yes. Alright, that kind of is getting closer to what I want it to look like. So we're going to save. And we are going to jump back to ChatGPT. Alright, the collective, an elite group of designers, developers, and marketers creating next-gen online... Oh, I like these already. Next-gen online projects is our first option. Option number 2, a network of the best in the industry united to elevate WordPress projects and lead the web design field. That's pretty cool too. Ooh, the third one's very culty. I like culty. And number 3, the collective, a cult for future web design leaders, delivering only top quality work at the intersection of design, code, and optimization. I cannot decide which one. Let's get it to try it again. So on ChatGPT or OpenAI chat, you can request it to redo things, and then you can just switch between the two. The limits that it has at the moment, as far as I understand, is it can't write more than 250 lines, and it can't do something for more than a minute. If it exceeds a minute, then it will just cut off and trigger a network error. All right, we've got 3 more here. The collective, a group of top designers, developers, and marketers creating the future of online projects. Elite designers, developers, and marketers united in the collective to create the highest quality online projects. That's probably my favorite so far. Let's call that number 5. And number 6, the collective, where the best in the industry come together to network and elevate the quality of WordPress projects. Ooh, I like that a lot too, because it kind of would appeal to other like project owners or company owners. So I might use this one for now, but temporary placeholder. Very keen for chat's opinion. If anyone is still here. All right, I'm going to just replace this here for now. But chuck that in. And we're going to go take a look back at our design stuff. So we had benefit, and then we had that weird ecosystem thing, and then some FAQs. So we're getting through this pretty quick, which is super cool. thinking of what I'm going to do for those sections. I think I'm going to use the fancier, I think they're content templates over on Nintu. These ones. Let's open these two up. And then if we look, we have gone, so left, then I think I want to go right next, and then left, and then right. That kind of makes sense to me. So let's just close off a few nonsense tab. High quality, yeah, they are very high quality placeholders. I like all of the, or most of what it output I thought was really good. Better than I would have written on my first draft, for sure. So I'm going to jump back over here, paste that section in. You can see that that's chucked it in here. So for those of you who are questioning why I have some upside down text, I like adding artifacts and random shit all over the page. I think it's pretty cool. And I was looking for a way to insert my headings, like my H1, 2, 3, 4, without making it super obvious as the primary text, and making it so that my H1, 2, 3, 4 headings are super search friendly. So I like what people would type in for searches, but also then make my actual texts below that something that's more relevant to someone who's reading through the pages. Now, it should be known, Google despises this, and they think that, well, apparently you can get very in trouble and blacklisted by doing what I am doing, which is a risk that I'm okay with taking because I rank, I think, if I have a look now, right? If I go Bricks Builder Templates, yeah, sure, accept, beep boop, beep boop. I rank number 1, 2, 3. For a brand new website, and it's not too bad. Maybe I can outrank the other guys at some point. But yeah, so a little bit of dodgy strategies. Don't tell Google. It's our little secret. Use with great power comes great responsibility. I'll leave it at that. All right, I'm just going to grab my colors here. And I'm going to add BG-N-50, which is color we were using just above. We're going to chuck in a little placeholder image here too. Something city-esque. Kind of all city-esque. Let's use this. How does this look? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And then I've got this little triangle. I don't know if you can see in the top left-hand corner. It looks super funky here, but once I match the color, it should look okay. So I just need to change this from background white to background-P-50. Wait, that didn't work. Why did that not work? It's just code. It might just need a little refresh, but let me just go through. Absolute, no color. Pretty sure width-11 is not a class, but it might be. And I'll do the same to this one over here. BG-P-50. Oh, I'm going P. I don't want P. I want N. That's why. Neutral, not primary. Alex, it's that time of the day or night. There we go. And here we are going to, just for now, add this as benefit. And we know it's like a little description of the first part that we are highlighting. I don't think we're going to add another button here for now. So let's go and get rid of this. But I wonder if there's a cool, fancy little icon we could use on Font Awesome. And we'll change this as well, actually, from 03 to 01. Text N800. Text, what text color? Have I got a text color? Yeah, text N100. Okay, that's fine. Font Awesome. Yes, hello. My account. Cool. I still have an account. Do I have anything that's kind of edgy, that can represent an arrow or a triangle or something that points down. Font Awesome tends to be very rounded. All of this new stuff is not very rounded, but they do have Star Wars icons. Let's see, duotone. Duotone arrows. This should not be too long of a list. Huge fan of BEM class naming. My biggest worry is that Tailwind will clash with BEM class naming. Yeah, so with Tailwind, Fiki, you're really giving everything utility class names. So BEM kind of becomes irrelevant at that point. That's the best. It's really two completely different methodologies. If I was trying to pitch you Tailwind, my pitch would be along the lines of one's an older framework, like one's an older way of thinking of how we build the web, and one's a newer way of thinking of how we build the web. Realistically, like in the reality though, that I don't think there's one that's much better than the other. One is just, or they're just different. It's a completely different way of thinking. Let's have a look at some BEM naming convention examples, because I don't use BEM. Let's have a look. So essentially, Max might be able to give a better explanation of this than I will. But essentially the way you name... So with BEM, you need to think about how you name your CSS classes. And you need to think about it because you're creating a new CSS class for every style variable. And if you don't have a consistent naming convention, it's very hard to go back to projects or to take over projects that aren't using that same naming convention. So super easy example with me for this was I built website A when I first got started in the web design field. Then 6 months later, I learned a shit ton of new stuff in the web design field. I then built website B, which had a lot better conventions, a lot better ways of doing things, and a lot more advanced styling, let's say. Then 6 months later, I built website C. And again, it was a huge leap in improving the way that I built the site. Now, I go back to website A after I've already built like website B and C. And I go back to website A and I'm like, oh, fuck, like this, the way this is built is so bad because I've learnt so much since then. So I'm left with a couple of options. Do I stick with the rules and the things that I knew back when I created website A? Do I try and fix some stuff, or do I just build the new stuff in the new framework and languages or setup that I've learnt? Or do I get rid of it all and like start from scratch with everything that I've learnt? Knowing that in 6 months, I'm probably going to learn more things and I might need to go back. So this is where Tailwind has worked really well for me, is that it's a very defined set framework and way of naming things. So you wouldn't ever have, so like for example here, right, they've got block element modifier. So inside of this, you might have a bunch of different things that change the way that CSS, let's say it was a card, that card looks. So you might have the border radius, you might have the background color, you might have the shadow. And you might have everything that you've learnt with CSS to date. And unless you've named it correctly or named it in a structured way, when you come back to the project, it's going to be very hard for you to know what CSS, like what styles are being applied to that class that you've created. So BEM obviously helps with this a little bit. It doesn't solve though the what if you change or you learn or you want to adopt something new, then you go back to it and it's like, well I'm back in this position where do I update everything to what I now know? Do I go back and I change? Do I do a bit of both? And then you come back in 6 months' time again, and you've learnt new stuff again, and your methodology has changed again, and then it's the same problem all over again. So I like Tailwind because it's just like one way. Everything is just defined with one class. So if I go back to our project over here, and we look at, let's say, this button, all right? You can see background, one class. Hover, background, one class. Transition, one class, and so on and so on. And so it doesn't matter if today I know how to create background colors and border radiuses and some basic CSS, and I apply that. If I come back in a year's time, I can go straight back and look here and know exactly what's been styled, and my methodology of creating new styles doesn't change either, right? I just add the new classes that have been added to it. The old ones don't become irrelevant or redundant. And the naming convention I don't need to think about because it's literally just the one thing that it does. As to BEM, you might have, this might be called button primary, and then whatever modifier is added to it. Or hero button primary, let's say. If I learn new things, if that changes, if it changes between projects, like there's so many variables that could change over time that would make it more difficult for me to come back to. As to this way sort of makes it just super basic where I know exactly. It's, yeah. That was a kind of shitty way of explaining it because I went around in circles, but please let me know if that made sense. Thank you. Thanks, Vicky. I hope that made some sense and I don't sound like too much of a crazy person. All right, continuing down. I've got my big hero. I've got this. I've got this. This is sweet. I'm going to add the same but reversed. Now, I had this open not here, not here, not here. Wait, is that the reverse? Yeah. Oh, no, not. Nope. Wait, what? Hang on. I've confused myself. Okay, picture's on the left. I want picture on the right now. So Max, you're right, mostly. I've got to show you this. I saw this the other day. I don't know if you've seen it yet. It is very, very, very cool. Unless they've removed it. So Josh posted a video the other day of something that he's working on here. Look at this. So essentially, you can just go in, select all the classes that, like all of the elements that you want, and then you can just paste in the class names that you want to apply to a bunch of elements. So it will make bulk editing of individual classes. Oh, wait, is that just the plugins multi-select? No. Really? I don't know. I haven't been away for 2 weeks. I've completely lost track. But that would be really cool. The other side of it is just the way that so the way that I get around the one-page limitation is at least with Nintu, I have a shit ton of custom post types, and I, as much as I can, use templates and post types across all of my different projects. I don't know, you might have seen the video that I went through. It was a little while back where I was going through how I template stuff and how the Nintu site's set up. But if you look at Nintu, essentially across like the 100 and what templates that we have and all the different pages around that, it's pretty much composed of 4 core templates that are dynamic based on categories, call to actions, custom post type data, and that the combination for me of that plus this plus the apply stuff makes it pretty manageable, I would say, I think. But yeah, back to, I guess, everything's a trade-off. Okay, did I copy the right thing? I guess I did not. Hang on, sorry. Almost back. how would you imagine components are made? See, the way I look at components is more or less, and this is what I mean with like the CPTs, is I've got a shit ton of custom post types and post type data, and then I just have to me, this is how components work in other projects, but also I have limited understanding of all of this. But essentially, then everything's just dynamic data. So between like different pricing cards, like blog posts, and so on, so on. And it's all just querying from post types. And then that kind of looks like a component. But maybe I'm missing a key feature or function of what components do. So I'm just adding my second section now. Which is on the other side, and I'm going to add. I had that wild beam thing. What can this kind of looks okay to go with the wild beam thing, I think. We're gonna insert that. We're gonna switch out these colors to the right ones again. P-50. P-50. Damn it, I made the same mistake as before. And I put primary instead of neutral. All right, we're going to switch that one back out. I'm wondering if I want to keep this part up here or if I get rid of it. Because I like the way this flows, right? So if we look, I like the way that this flows in the sense that it's like you read and then you go into this. But it bothers me ever so slightly that these two sections have like the main readable heading on the top left when they each have like a reversed picture. But also maybe I'm just overthinking it. While I think about that, I'm going to go and fix up my background. Where is it? Content section. And BG-N-50. There we go. And another thing that I think I want to do, have a look at this. I want to connect these lines. So you can see I want to do something with these lines so they're not just randomly around here, and I want to match the color of the ones that are on here so it's all a little more consistent. Oh, or what will I do with that? I like this random one here. Maybe I just connect that to that and I get rid of that. All right, let's try that. That was a lot of that. Okay, so this has the border. Let's get rid of border, 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 border. Sweet. And then I reckon I think I had a 3-column artifact in here somewhere. Oh, actually, I can probably just do it this one. So I select this column. Does this have the border? Yeah. So it's got border R, and I'll also add border dash B. And if we have a look, there we go. It just goes, which is kind of pointless, but also, I don't know, the little things, you know? All right, and I'll switch this number to 02. And just going to duplicate that section, and I'm going to chuck it again in underneath. Where are my lines at up to now? Okay, so that line goes there. And I'll probably just join it again at the top there and get rid of what's above this one. So get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, and that, and that. And I'm going to go find this section again. Actually, no, I'll find this one. Where did I get this section from? That's right. And what have I selected? Okay, so it's in artifacts column 3. The same thing here. Where are my artifacts? Grid, artifacts, column 3. That doesn't have a column 4. Okay. And where was it? To the top of that. Okay, so I want the one underneath that. So again, I'm going to look for artifacts in my next section. It's under grid. Yeah, here we go. Artifacts. Oh, wait, hang on. I selected the wrong section. Here we go. Artifacts, column 3. That's what I want. And then I'm just going to add border-t to that. And we now have, if we go like this, we can see our little line that joins. That is cool. I'm going to fix up this one to be 03. And if we go back to our little design thing, we had benefit, 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 and then ecosystem with a big black thing at the back. So I'm going to look to do something similar. So we are going to grab, I reckon the way we do this is, because what's going to happen on top of that is essentially there's going to be like brand 1, brand 2, brand 3, brand 4, brand 5. So I reckon we do, so we have our section, and then inside of our section we have like one absolute section that's just the background, and then we have another section on top of it that's not absolute, but that is of a higher index. And then that has our content in it, and we can play around with it that way. And then in our background, we create a square, and then we just rotate the square. And that should do the trick. Max is saying they would be like Gutenberg patterns, so grouped elements. They expose some of the fields of bricks elements that they are built from and have been exposed. A little like After Effects and Essential Graphics. The animators here. I think that makes sense. So it's like, so it's kind of like parent bricks elements that can be defined and that you could use bricks elements inside of, like templates inside of templates, kind of. Just wrapping my head around that. The idea of templates inside of templates. It sounds cool. It sounds like something I need to experiment with at some point. Okay, continuing. So I'm going to just pull in a new section. So I'll probably copy the one that we have at the top. Again, chuck that at the bottom. Get rid of everything that is inside of it, except for the actual content. So one of the things that I have here and that I do on all sites is I always use the exact same section and container properties. And that keeps all the sizes and scales consistent. So there's always the same amount of padding at the top and bottom, always the same amount of margins. There are some little use cases where I think maybe some of these artifacts might be an example where I go outside of my normal container. Or I change things around a little bit, but for the most part, it's pretty consistent. Like I've got this pretty much memorized now. Max width 6XL, MX Auto, PX6, PY32, and then the same for my section classes. Okay, so we're going to create that weird section thing. We're going to start with the background. And I think we're going to give it a min height. Now, I don't know if Tailwind actually has any min heights. I think it does. It might not. No, it doesn't. So maybe we're not going to give it a min height. Maybe we're just going to design it all as a square and then make it absolute. So the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to create a new div inside. I'm going to call this one background. And then inside of this, I'm going to add another div. And I'm going to give this one maybe some padding for now. So py, let's give it just while we're figuring stuff out, 32. And while we're figuring this out, we'll give it a background of n neutral 900. Yes. And we will also give it a dark background of n50. I think. Yeah. And then we're going to give it a fixed width and height. So we'll do mx-auto w dash what's a good, is 51? I don't know if 50 is one. I don't think so. Vicky is saying Interbrand is awesome, unique, totally different from other brands. Are you a fan of Makato? I don't know what this is. So I am a fan of anime styles, although I don't actually watch any anime. I really like the art style. I really like the music. I like a lot of it. I'd say Nintu is a hybrid in like design styles of a lot of sort of anime kind of styles, as well as Destiny, the video game. And I don't know if they'll have good examples on their website. But they probably do if I go just to pictures. When you're in the game, and I don't play the game that much. Actually, I haven't played the game in forever. But you see how they have all of these like little artifacts and lines and stuff? That was the inspiration behind all the lines and artifacts and edges and like different stuff on Nintu. And I guess, yeah, the combo turned into what it is, and I quite like it. It is quite unique. Max, is it just like it's just like a single template, not nested, but some elements in the template can still be edited, and the variations data. Oh, yes. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think that's really cool. I guess the current closest way that you could do that is through the layer apply classes. But I see where you're coming from. That would be really, really cool. One template exposes, let's say, headline text and body text. You can use it 4 times and only adjust those fields. Yeah. So the way I'm getting around like the closest to that now is through the custom fields. But if we could have something that was not custom fields and just like templates and content, that would be so cool. That would be very, very cool. Hopefully. Okay, back to my thing. I was trying to find out what the widths are because I've forgotten. So W dash, and I know that I'm looking for more than 32. 64 might be a bit big, but it might not. Let's try 60. W dash 60. That is not big enough. 72? Maybe? Yeah, that could work. Let's do H dash 72. Yeah, and now rotate dash, is it 45? Yeah, getting there, getting closer. It's starting to look like something. I think it might fuck with my padding, or it definitely fucks with the padding, and I might need to add some more. Do I want to make it smaller? Now that it's rotated, I might try the 60 width again. It's a tiny bit small. Let's try 64, and I think that's what we'll settle with. H dash 64. W dash 64. Alrighty. Let's stick with that and let's double our padding. Actually, we won't double it because it is on that fluid, like it scales. So I might try, what was the 50s? 52? Add too much. So we're going to do py dash 50, 48. Still a little bit too much. I don't know if 44 is a class, is it? It is. Okay, let's try that. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Py dash 44. Yeah, that will do. Okay, and oh wait, maybe I didn't need to do any of that because I'm making it fixed or absolute. And what am I making it absolute to? Brain is slowly slowing down. Okay, hang on. So I've got my section and then I've got my background. And I definitely want to make my background absolute. But 2. Like here, let me bring up what I'm trying to do as an example. So see how this circle just stays there? No, I'm pretty sure they just have a background image. Or maybe not. What have they got for this? Where are you sitting, little bubble? Okay. New plan, kind of. We are going to create all the layouts, and I'll figure out tomorrow how I want to make the text move on top of it, or like how I want it to be fixed. Unless you guys have some suggestions, and I can jump into it. Yeah. Otherwise, for now, I'm just gonna make it absolute tied to the content field. Because I can't quite think through how I want to make it tied or how I want to get it fixed there without it being a background image. Okay. Energy, come back. The other problem, or not problem, kind of problem that we have is on the other picture. Okay, I know how I'm going to solve this. You see how here they've got a dark blue background, so they can use white text and it's fine because it's moving. There is a JavaScript script, and I think they might use some of it on the homepage here. Does this use? Yeah, you see how here it's like, wait, how do I get that to reappear? It cuts off the letter. Now, I don't know exactly how this is done, but I'm pretty sure it's just a script. And maybe some clipping or something along those lines. But we'll use essentially that for our bubble so that when people scroll and the text moves over it, the text just changes between black and white. So the text can stay that dark shade on the white and it will move to the light shade on the little cube. For now, though, I'm just going to go here. I'm going to go relative. And I'm going to make this one absolute. which kind of fucks it around a little bit. And that is okay. I think I can go class to center everything. Hey, Vicky, no worries, man. You're very welcome. And I appreciate you being here and hanging out. It's very nice to have a chat. I think the class I'm looking for is inset-y-0. That was not what I was looking for. It is, I'm pretty sure it's an inset class. Let's have a look. Inset. Yeah, I think it's just inset 0. Like if you want to center everything in an absolute position. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. It is cutting a bit of it off because it is positioned absolutely at the moment. But now that we start adding our actual content to it, so we're going to go here, add our div, what are we going to call this? That is content, that is background, maybe foreground. Keeping it easy. Just move this above it so it makes a little bit more sense here. We're going to give this also class of relative, but we're going to give this a Z index of 10. So it pops on top of it. And we're going to give it a height of, what did we do for the square? I think it was 54. Why are you not 54 height? Oh, was it 52? H-52, that might have been why. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it's not quite high enough, but that's all right. We will adjust, and then I'm going to go and grab my big text up here, except for I don't want it to be a heading. I want it to be just text. So we're going to go back over here. We're going to grab the big, actually, no, we might grab the second one, not the big one. Jump back over here, chuck this in, and then on this block, for now, we're just going to go, nope, leave that. There we go. Text dash center. Might actually make this flex and items dash center, and I think it's justify dash center. I always mix these ones up. Yeah, there we go. And then in that case, yeah, we'll leave the text center, and we'll just change the text around from no, we wanted that class. Text was black is the font weight. Just wanted to change text color. I'm going to change it to neutral, actually, not pure white. So it's not too in your face. And dash 50. There we go. And then this is what we call the ecosystem. We're also going to make it all uppercase. And I'm going to add a dot because I like dots. They're cool. And I'm actually going to steal this dot so that it keeps the brand color. Yep. And this section, this is what I'm going to leave it at for now. And we'll play around with it when I figured out how I can make my little square stay and not float around the way I want it to. And then last but not least, back to our little Figma, we had our FAQs that were centered to the right, which we'll do down below here too. So I think I've got an FAQ section that I have templated somewhere. Here we go, FAQ templates. And I want the one. Do I want this or I want this? I think I want this. Yeah, I just want the one with lines. Copy that. And we will jump back over here, exit out of here, paste this one in. FAQ section. Oh no, we have that's right. How am I gonna fix this? I'm gonna do it like this for now. Overflow dash hidden. I don't think I actually have. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, sweet. And then I'm gonna get rid of this. Actually, both of these. So container, FAQ wrapper, intro content, heading. I'm just gonna copy an existing heading that I like. Copy this. We maintain a little bit of consistency. Delete this one. And then for the content, we are not going to go centered. It's probably in here. Here we go. Text center. We're going to go, I think it's end. Yeah, there we go. Text dash end. And we are also going to remove, or do we want to remove the container? Keeping in mind, it does look a little squished now, but it's because this section here isn't yet representing like the proper padding above and below it. And I want to mess this up a little bit as well. I think I want to just tag these over there, but I still want this to be red that way. I don't know. Let's see. And this may only make sense in my head, which is also kind of okay. So what's this inside of? Audience item. Title. Heading. Yeah, that looks a little weird. I like weird. So we're going to do the same. Bam, 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 bam. And we'll reapply that to each of these two. X dash end. Here we go too. Title, heading, text dash end. All right. That definitely does look funky, which is what we want. Are we going to add, we will probably add some extra lines and stuff around here, but that pretty much wraps up our initial high level page. Hey, thanks a lot, Max. I appreciate you stopping by and spending the time, man. It's really, really kind of you, and it's always good to hang out, man, and chat both here and in the different communities and groups. But have a lovely dinner, man. Let me know if you have any questions as the replay, if you do watch the replay and as the replay goes through. And I will probably, unless something changes, I'll probably do a stream tomorrow night as well, or around the same time tomorrow, where we go through the optimization and sort of wrap up what we have on the site here. But yeah, dude, thank you very much for hanging out and stopping by. It means a lot. Okay. Other than that, okay, so we've got the base of our page pretty much done. The last thing that I want to quickly throw onto it is a dark mode button. So I actually have one on the site here. Dark mode. So we're going to copy this. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a div. Wait, did I put that in something that I wasn't supposed to? I did. Deselect. Add a new div. Let's call this dark mode. And we're going to give this, we're going to make it fixed, right? So we want it to stay on the bottom right-hand side of our page. So we're going to go bottom dash 8, and we want it to be on the right. So we're going to go right dash 8. There we go. See, it's appeared down there. And I'm going to chuck my dark mode code inside of it. There we go. It's appeared. And from here, we're going to save and go test it out on the front end. So you can see our colors have come across the way we wanted them to. This text is missing its dark color. So let's go give it its dark color. Text N50, and we'll go dark text N900. Oh, not 9000. Dark text N900. We'll resave that. And there we go. That's updated it there. And then this bottom section, I want it to be the same color. I don't want it to be that lighter gray. So it's just this one here. I'm going to remove this and replace dark text N900. And again, save and go check that out. Oh, not text. That was a mistake. It's background. Dark BGN 900. There we go. Okay, I think we've got this good. There we go. That's what we wanted. So this spot still needs a fair bit of extra space and lots of improvements. But otherwise, I'm pretty happy. And then if we toggle our little dark mode button, it switches to the other one, as it should. And these all have the right brand colors, and we're pretty sweet. Alrighty, crew. Well, I think we are reaching an end. So I know we said we were going to do the optimization part of the stream today too, but I reckon we'll do it tomorrow because it's a lot more granular, and I think everyone's getting a little bit tired. Oh, especially me, speaking of everyone. So what we might do is I'll stick around if anyone has any other questions on how I built the site. But in summary, if you wanted to go back on the stream, and you can like toggle back on YouTube or watch the replay when it goes live, or the VOD on Twitch. But essentially we started off by covering how to build, like how to set up your own server, the server settings, different providers, why I choose the provider that I choose. We then went through buying a domain name. We bought this one, The Lost City, and mapping that domain to both CDN network so that you can access the site quickly from anywhere in the world, as well as setting up the right DNS settings so that the site is then linked to the server. We then jumped in, configured the site, set up our brand colors, some default stuff, and then spent the last, I think, 2 hours or so going through building out the page. Ingo, thank you so much for stopping by. So Ingo says, I just want to stop by and say thanks for the stream. I'll have a look tomorrow because I missed it. Ingo, no worries at all, man. I'll probably go live around the same time tomorrow as well. Well, same time minus 4 hours because we've been live for about 4 hours now. But feel free to stop by if you do have any questions about the stream tomorrow as well. Tomorrow will be much less structured and building, and much more hanging out and just building cool shit together and having a chat. But I really appreciate you stopping by, man, and sending a quick message. It does mean a lot. But yeah, squad, if anyone else has any other questions, please do not hesitate to ask or reach out. Otherwise, we can just chill, listen to the music. We may host someone if we can host. I think we can host. I don't know how many people are watching either like between Twitch or YouTube. But either way, it has been an awesome time. And Chow Dog, if you are still here, we will go through. I'll go through your the project tonight when I get a little bit more time. Well, just chilling and sitting back, and collect a couple of notes, and we can go through it tomorrow if you're around for the stream. Otherwise, to check out the replay. I think the idea of going through projects is really cool, and I like that a lot. Ingo, great job. Happy to see more stuff around Winden and Bricks. Yeah, thanks, man. It's both tools that I very much like. And just looking at this site, right? Like we've only got one plugin, which is Winden, and location plugin, and just Bricks as a theme. So it's super lightweight, super well optimized. I think it's really cool. But yeah, otherwise, team, have a lovely evening. Thank you very, very much for stopping by. And I'll catch you tomorrow. Same time. See you later.
Anywhere with you feels like Paris in the rain, Paris in the rain. We don't need a fancy town or bottles that we can't pronounce. Cause anywhere to be, it's like Paris in the rain. When I'm with you, ooh, ooh, ooh. When I'm with you, ooh, ooh, ooh. Paris in the rain, Paris in the rain. I look at you now and I want this forever. I might not deserve it, but there's nothing better. Don't know how I ever did it all without you. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. Feelings they come and they go, that they do. Feelings they come and they go, now with you. Late nights and street lights and the people look at me, girl, and the whole world could stop. Anywhere with you feels right. Anywhere with you feels like Paris in the rain, Paris in the rain. We don't need a fancy town or bottles that we can't pronounce. Cause anywhere to be, it's like Paris in the rain. When I'm with you, ooh, ooh, ooh. When I'm with you, ooh, ooh, ooh. Paris in the rain, Paris in the rain. Miss you. So come inside the moonlight, underneath the moonlight. Days in Paris, nights in Paris. Paint you with my eyes closed, wonder where they turn goes. Yeah, isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious that the moonlight, underneath the moonlight? Anywhere with you feels right. Anywhere with you feels like